Hello. A moment. All right. Boop, boop. And boop. Hello. Welcome to the office hours, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Paul, Berserker01, Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here, AstroPub, your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. Welcome to the office hours. Office Hours is a live stream that I do where I talk about Star Citizen lore, news, and more. Sit back. We're going to get started here shortly. I'm going to let the everything roll. But for those of you who are like, I don't have time to watch the 4-hour video, please give me the synopsis. Well, you're in luck. I'm going to give a synopsis of the monthly report, talk about all the different ships. Here coming out soon in probably like 20, 30 minutes. So. But that will be uploaded as a completely separate video tonight, probably, and to go live tomorrow for those of you who missed it. Okay. Hey, Anansi, how you doing? Hey, Glenn. Chilling? I'm doing okay. I mean, I'm not doing okay, but I'm doing okay. As good as I can do. I did end up having to pull out the credit card and buy most of the rig for my new rig earlier than I wanted to, because I'm like, I am not going to pay 40% more on because of tariffs on these things. And I may end up having to buy, $1,000 GPU simply because it's never going to be cheaper than that. Man, Del, you best be fucking with me. There's no way that Titanfall 3 is coming out. That is a dream. Yeah. The ones that I can find that are the 97 XT are all $1,000. Yay! Oh, no, I don't think we're getting a sitcom this year, and I think it's a good idea. Lurking while I run CCs with friends. Hi, Paul. Hey, Scuba. How you doing? I don't think we're going to get a CitizenCon at all. I think what we'll do is we'll get a Squadron 42 showcase. Well, they'll do some Squadron 42 stuff, and then they'll do a big showcase around CitizenCon, and they'll make an announcement of the release date. What?
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever...
You gotta be fucking kidding me.
...take away my space game.
Dread Tide just resubscribed for 27 months. Ready to shift your perspective from the ordinary to the extraordinary? Ready to reset your expectations to the everyday to the highest heights? From breathtaking views, incredible dining, Crusader is calling. Stay at the luxurious accommodations, tour Empire-class shipyards and bask in a sunset that is truly unforgettable. With shuttles arriving daily, what are you waiting for? Come, visit Horizon, the city in the clouds.
Thank you so much. I hate you. Yeah, no, so it's rumors, so not confirmed, but the rumor is from apparently Yoro Tsuki and Oswald Dro on Twitter that Titanfall 3 is happening and planned for release in 2026. It's a rumor, not confirmed, but yeah. Your boy's not going to play Squadron 42 if that comes out the same day. Probably reputable rumors, but yeah, rumors. I don't want to believe it, man. I don't want to believe it. And also, we have to remember that Titanfall is the Respawn is not the same Respawn. Respawn is not the same company as it was when Titanfall 2 was released. It is a very different company, but very different people who are in charge of Respawn. So, A, keep that in mind. B, I don't trust rumors. I've been fooled before.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can
Never. Ever.
take away my space game.
Zenes8 just resubscribed for 10 months. I'm ready to shift my perspective and visit the city in the clouds.
Damn it. Zenes, thank you so much for that. Prime 7 10 months. You're very important, Papa. Very impressive, Pennsylvania pedestrian. This is your fault. There's your night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers.
Spaceship.
Yep.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can
Never. Ever.
take away my space game.
Shinobi Trip _ just resubscribed for 26 months. Speaking of 26.
Thank you so much for that 26 months of support. You're very important, Power. Very impressive. Very new pedestrian. This is your fault. There's your drinking. Shots, cheers, and chat, y'all. You managed to get an S97 XT Sapphire Nitro at MSRP. I hate you. I should have done it when I had a chance. I should have just popped on there and bought it, but I didn't. What do you Gamescom announcement or Titanfall 3? I think they'll do a Gamescom presentation. They'll do a big thing at Gamescom, and then they'll do a release announcement at when they normally would be doing CitizenCon. Monthly notes definitely hinted at what's going on for Invictus and IAE. Yeah, they definitely have. Because I doubt that we're going to get the Apollo or the Perseus at Invictus. I think we're only going to get one ship in Invictus, which is kind of weird. But then again, you can see the pattern. Jin pointed this out, which is the release date of ships since late last year. All right. One of those. Here it is, yeah. No. Did Jin delete it? I swore it was earlier today. Oh, it's in the bar. That's why. Looking in Star Citizen. All right, so Jin did the numbers, did the math. On August 24th, the Saber Peregrine released. On September 24th, the ATLS released. On October 24th, the Zeus ES and CL released. On November 24th, the Polaris, the Starlancer Max, the Intrepid, the Terrapin Medic, the F7CR, F7CS released. On Christmas Eve, the Mirai Guardian released, 12/24. On the 25th of January, the Super Hornet released. On the 25th of, I think you inverted that. It should be the 25th of January, the Fortune released, and the 25th of February. Maybe that's the case. I'm sorry, August of 2024. You didn't. Those aren't dates; it's years. Okay, so effectively, we've had a ship release a month. One ship has released every month since August. The background music is getting a bit much. Subgenius, like, swear to Christ, this is going to be the end of me. Paul, I can't hear. Paul, why is it so loud? Like, fuck. There, can you hear me now? Can you even hear the music, chat?
I love democracy.
See? No, I'm serious. Literally, someone said the music was too loud. It's like, I'm looking at the levels. I'm not seeing the music being too loud.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never,
Never. Ever.
take away my space game.
Doc Platypus just resubscribed for 26 months. Infinite loop of gangs of pyro, please.
Thank you so much for that. Infinite loop of gangs of pyro, please. Remember that 26 months of support. You're very important, Papa. Very impressed, Mr. Rain Pedestrian. This your fault. The return of good night. Shots and cheers in chat. Y'all shots and cheers. Loud on iPhone. Well, that's the iPhone fault. Not my fault. Oh. That's the most frustrating thing. Is that I try to do my best to accommodate as many people as possible. So when someone says, hey, Paul, the music is too loud, or I can't hear you, I go, okay, sure, I'll do something weird. I'll try to fix it. But then I'll hear sometimes in the same day, the music is too loud, like the music is too soft, or the music is too loud, or you're too loud, or you're too soft. When I change... whatever, Subgenius. I'm gonna get mad at you all I want to. It's my show. Yeah, can you you're too bright. Can you turn your camera off? Yeah. Yeah, but I want to make sure the music is still playing. You don't just want to see me. The answer is I need one long music that is eternally looping. That is the exact same music throughout. Are you interested in purchasing insurance? What? $10 from 9 chat, yeah. Nobody wants a fucking 5070. I can get a 5070, non-XT, just not much better than I already have, for $700.
You can take away my spaceship.
God damn it.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
I don't think we're getting the Ironclad. I don't think it's big. I think it's not a big surprise. It's surprise that CIG is doing Perseus and the Ironclad probably at the same time.
Rough Gaming Com has subscribed.
Thank you so much for that as being a subscription there. Rough Gaming Com, you're a very important pub, a very impressive business, any pedestrian. This is your fault. You're the reason why I drink at night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Boop-a-doop-ba-doop-boop-boop-boop-a-doo. All right, I'm going to try something out here, chat. Is the music quality still good? You're the reason I drink it. I just got that, yeah. I have a plan. I have an idea. Purple. Vision's been heavily on RSI lately. Well, yes, because they just did a bunch of content for RSI between the Zeus and the Polaris. They just got a lot of stuff they can get done. Thank you, Citizen Spooner. So what I've done is I have set a limiter on the desktop audio. So the audio will never go above negative 22 decibels. So if the quality's still good, it'll just reduce it so it'll never peak effectively. I'm going to turn the music up a little bit and see if it gets handled.
You can take away my spaceship.
This is at
You
100%.
can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Not too overpowering. Oop, hit the wrong thing. It's okay. I'm going to set it down to about 50%. That should be fine. Now the music is an octagon. Okay. Aha. Oh, ignore me. Thank you so much for that that membership on YouTube. Yeah, gray box is 6 to 12 months. There's no way we're getting it, especially with larger ships. We might get Lot 0 in 2 months.
Yeah boy Colbo just got a sub from Rough Gaming Com. Rough Gaming Com gifted a tier 1 sub to Ya boy Colbo.
Rough Gaming Com, thank you so much for gifting that sub to your boy Colbo. You're both very important puppers, very impressive business, rating pedestrians. Y'all rock. Shots and cheers. Shots and cheers. Right. Sometimes. No, we'll get Apollo before the end of the year. What are the box phases for ships? White, gray, Lot Zero release. White, gray, Lot Zero final art release. So white, gray, Lot Zero final art and release. So there's 5 stages. Each stage depends on how long the complexity of it is and how many issues they come up with. But a ship can take anywhere between 9 and 18 months to release. The simpler ones sometimes are easier. It really depends on a lot of different factors. I would guess that both the Perseus and the Apollo are probably a little bit easier because they have a lot of the assets they need already ready to go. So we have no idea what the TAC's at. They haven't said shit about the TAC. I did, Glenn. Very interesting. What's up? Where the fuck is my ship? Not coming until the end of the year. Is it the first line? Ooh. I missed that. The MISC Star Lancer TAC moved into its final development phase. Okay, so yeah, there we go. So it's the TAC is coming out in for Invictus. That makes sense. Consolidated Outline Pioneer progressed to white box. Unannounced ship passed through gray box review into Lot Zero phase. 2 other vehicles received the bug fixing patch and final content work ahead of their release. Okay, so yeah, we're having 3 ships. The TAC and 2 other ships are releasing for Invictus. And a new ship is currently being prepared for its gray box gate review. Yeah, probably the TAC and the RSI, maybe the RSI salvager, but we'll see. The Mantis Heavy Fighter, you mean, Dibley? Maybe. Lot Zero is basically full quality, no optimization. Yeah, I thought the Salvager was pre-concept as well. So, and then Salvager doesn't. Yeah, y'all are right. It's probably not. It's probably not an Invictus ship, though. The Ironclad was announced and everything. So, yeah, I could see that probably more like middle of the year. What stage is Perseus in? North American team progressed with 2 upcoming RSI ships. The first, the Apollo, successfully passed its white box review gate and moved on to gray box with support from the concept art team on the medical room design. Some aspects progressed significantly due to utilization extensively of the RSI kit created for the Zeus and Polaris. The second, the RSI Perseus, passed its white box review at the start of March. Like the Apollo, some areas progressed visually thanks to the RSI kit. So it's now moved from white box into gray box. So it still needs gray box. It still needs its gray box review, Lot Zero, final art. Nope, no word on a Connie update yet. Okay, even that music is a little hard for me. It's down to 25. Why are you still so loud? All right, I'm gonna change the filter. There we go. Is that better? I'm just playing around with the levels because this is a limiter, so like it's still at like pretty loud, but it's now, it won't go above that level. Hey, how you doing, Radar? I know Lot 0 because UE5 Lot 0 is below one below nanite. Okay. Hey, Star Stuff, how you doing? Good, good. Going to Nolan's Cafe and Benet's tomorrow. Nice. By the way, Quantum Vegas is still has tickets for sale if y'all want to meet me in the middle of the desert in July. But we'll have conversations. It'll be a good kind of get together with the entirety of the Star Citizen community, and we might even have some CIG members there, and other members of the community will be there to hang out. The Mantis fighter might maybe good gonna look like the Titan A. That's how people are gonna get murdered, Paul. That's how people get murdered, Paul. What do you mean? Oh, meeting people in the middle of the desert in July? Yeah, that's true. Yeah, the one thing we didn't see was, I don't think we saw the heavy fighter concept. They just mentioned the heavy fighter concept. So we might actually see that sooner. You think tariffs will increase ship prices for US gamers? No, but I don't trust CIG to not use tariffs as an excuse to increase prices across the board. Tariffs ain't going to be just something for U.S. people. It's going to end up costing everyone more money because every company is going to get greedy as fuck and increase the prices, no matter if they're impacted by tariffs or not. They're just going to use the excuse of tariffs and the inflation it's going to cause to increase the prices of everything, because they can get away with it. But the Commonwealth, but capitalism. There are always attacks on the consumer. Yeah. It sucks because, like, again, I'm literally in the plannings. I literally had to go out and purchase a bunch of parts that I wasn't planning on purchasing until later because I'm like, I ain't paying fucking twice the amount of money I'm already paying for this stuff. But it does mean I've got my whole rig. It's here except for my GPU. Tariffs on JPEGs? Why not? Do you really think CIG is above greed? And when prices go up, they don't come down much. They don't come down ever, unless the company fails or the market entirely collapses in that thing. Tax on JPEGs already exists. VAT, which is ridiculous. Yeah. I know. Texas has VAT. Any modern GPU that can do 1440p and has 16 gigabytes, at least 16 gigabytes of DDR of VRAM. So the cheapest is now, unfortunately, the $1,000 9070 XT, or the probably $2,000 5070 Ti. That's the cheapest you can get with a 1440. No. The only advantage is if I get a 9070 XT or a 5070 Ti, I won't have to buy another graphics card until maybe the market crashes entirely out of greed. CIG in big brain mode. What if we raise prices of our product, which is very definition of luxury? Surely this can have no effect on us. Again, I don't put it past CIG. Remember, CIG has to pay VAT. They're a UK company. Yeah, that's true. But only if the people they're selling to also have VAT. Like, I buy stuff from CIG. I don't get VAT hit by VAT from the UK. I get hit by Texas tax.
You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers. But
You gotta, yeah. Try, good luck getting a 5090 XTX for $1,300. It's going to be like $1,600, $2,000. I'm just gonna have to bite the bullet and find $1,000 9070 XT, even though I was like, I'm gonna wait for it to MSRP. It's like, fuck that. It's not gonna happen now. Gaming is a luxury.
TCOB just resubscribed for 37 months. Paul, hope you're doing well. You kick-ass need historian and appreciator of Paul Verhoeven films.
Thank you, Night Cobb, for that 37 months of support. You're very important, Pupper, very impressive of any pedestrian. This is your fault. I don't have $1,000, by the way. Oh, yeah. No, everyone's going to raise prices on everything.
Aaron MCI just got a sub from Rough Gaming Com. Rough Gaming Com gifted a tier 1 sub to Aaron MCI.
Thank you so much for that, giving that sub to Aaron and MCI. Both very important puppers, very impressive, very pedestrians. This is your fault. Cheers. What country am I in? The U.S. I live in Texas. Oh yeah, no. With Nintendo saying they're paying, they're all new games are going to cost $90. Get ready for every single new game to cost $90 to $100 US, and then that means everybody else. Congratulations, you live in Canada. $200 games now. It's not affordable. Gaming is now the epitome of luxury. No, not report time. I was just looking through it. Yeah, and they're not even physical games. They're just codes where you can download. They don't have physical games anymore. You just revealed you're not a native Texan, Paul. You said U.S., not Texas. Of course. Yeah, Nintendo announced 120 AUD for the new Nintendo games. It's gonna go all the way up to even higher. I'm not a native Texan. Oh no, the game industry is gonna crash, but because they're gonna create gaming as a luxury. The thing is, and this is the thing, this is the reason why I'm like, CIG needs to sell Squadward 2 at $60. They need to sell it at $50. Because at its core, computer gaming players, if you enjoy computer games, you're a cheap ass. You absolutely never pay full price. And you will scoff at the idea of buying a game for more than $40 unless you really like that game. Whereas people on console and mobile will pay much higher prices because they have limited options. Hey, Luna. I heard that Apollo's in gray box now in an earlier video. Is that real news? Yes, it is. It just passed its white box review into gray box. PC gamers are hypercritically cheap asses because they also spend $2,000 on GPU. Yeah, no, I get it. But like, famously, the data has borne out that the PC gamers are not at nearly as much of a market for most video game companies because they have different conditions. And if you look at the most popular games on PC, all of them are like free to like $40. Like most games don't go very high in price for to be popular on PC. So with that said, if Squadron 42 releases above $60, I think CIG is not going to sell it very well. I don't care how much hype they have. People like us will buy it, but we've already purchased it. There's no point in purchasing it twice. And some people might do it because they're like, I want to support the game or whatever. But like, you need the normie people to pay for it. And normies are cheap asses. So don't release a new game from an IP that no one's ever fucking heard of at $60, above $60. At best, it should be, at worst, it should be $60. At best, it should be $40 to $50. Now, they can't sell it at $40 because people would be pissed off because they spent $45 on it because it should be $40. But I think $45 or $50 would be fine. And I think it would make headlines. They're selling it at $50 because that would reduce the burden of people who are already not going to be buying it well. You release on Steam for the Steam sales for normies. Exactly. And that's, as I said, as I have my internal sources have said, Squadron 42 is going to be released on Steam. I said that back in the end of February. It's going to happen. At release, they're releasing it on Steam. Yeah, global audiences also skew that, if I recall, because a lot of markets are PC are low-end PCs. Yeah. You place it on game, yeah. I mean, I always call it an indie game. Most people don't, but... I missed out at the 45 mark, but I will begrudgingly buy it at 70 if it comes out at that price. It shouldn't come out at 70. You shouldn't have to. It should be cheaper than. It's just a small artisanal indie dev. Don't yell at. Ooh. I'm just a small guy. Please don't punch me. Big episodic in 2026 is a massive risk. So, Daedalus, it's not a episodic in the same way that like the Hitman series was episodic or Life is Strange. It's a full game. It's just 3 games, one game that was split into 3. So you're not going to get like the first mission for $5 or anything like that, or buying $60 and it'll drop in one mission at a time. It's going to be a full game experience. What they said was like 40 hours. Life is Strange is awesome. It is, but Squadron 42 is not releasing as like Life is Strange. That's the problem, is that Chris is a fucking idiot and didn't understand what he was doing when he said episodes. Because everyone knows what an episode is in terms of release, and that's not how it's going to work. I mean, linear, my bad. It's not really linear. It's as linear as the design, at least, is as linear as Kingdom Come Deliverance or Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is. There is a story that is linear, but you don't have to go on that linear story. There are side missions and each mission has different approaches. Some of them are going to be railroaded, but most of them will have different ways to tackle the same goal, similar outcomes. But it's not an open world. It's a semi-open world. You get access to certain portions of the world for a mission, but they might have a side mission that takes you into certain different places or multiple side missions, yeah. I mean, to be fair, Chris not communicating well is just Chris. How's it going to work? Squad 42? So Squad 42, as far as I remember, and this could be changed because CIG is iffy about it, is the original story was basically a 3-act structure. But when Aaron Roberts came in, the entirety of that story, Aaron said, this is too much for one game, split it up. So they took it and they took Act 1, Act 2, and Act 3 and put them into 3 separate games. Certain people who pledged before a certain time, who got access to the secret missions DLC that they were planning on it, that basically got turned into that you get access to the second game. So the game we're getting in 2026, if CIG releases in 2026, I still think they are, but that game is part 1 of a 3-part story. So we'll get that release, and then whenever CIG releases part 2, you'll get part 2, and then part 3, and that'll be the full story. And it's like Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3. They were all intended to be released as once, or they were all intended to be one story from the beginning. And likely there's been some changes in part 1 to make it a little bit more complete story rather than just act 1 of a story, and so on and so forth. Yeah. It's 3 games. There'll be 3 games. You buy the game, you buy the first game, you have to buy the other 2 games. Like the Mass Effect series. Yeah. I believe it'll be open linearity. Yeah, it's so without revealing too much in terms of spoilers, because again, I always have to say this. I know the most of the story, not the full story of Squadron 42. I know the twists at least and everything like that. I can tell you that based off of what they've already said, and based off of what we know about the game publicly, when you approach a problem, just say there's a hostage situation on a station. This isn't actually an actual thing in the game, as far as I know. This is just a situation. There's a hostage situation in a station. Your job is to free the hostages. You fly into the area, and your goal is to free the hostages. You don't know where the hostages are. You don't know anything what's going on. Just go free the hostages. How you choose to free the hostages, entirely up to you. As long as the hostages are freed, you're good. CIG's built in ways you can go stealth, you can go full bore and attack, you can do different environmental conditions, you can, all these sorts of different, there are multiple different approaches to the same problem. Which, when CIG talked about that sort of thing, I was like, oh, this is their replayability. They're building in replayability with their mission design. However, you can't leave that station. You have to stay in the region of that station, and you have to go into that station. So you're going to do what you're told. You don't get to just say fuck off and go off somewhere else and not do the mission. You have to do that mission, but you've got a big play space. So, for instance, if you remember they did an entire expose on the comm station. They talked about the old comm station that they have. If you watch that expose that they did on it, they talked about the interior layout, different approach factors. You have the exterior as well. That is a mission. That entire comm array is part of a single mission. Do we know if large areas of the map will be open at regular stages, or will there be few areas accessible at one time? We have no idea. Based off of the side mission that we saw, there'd probably be some choke points you have to go through, but literally like the Deus Ex games, same problem, different solutions, small sandbox areas. I guess so. I mean, Chris has always been inspired by, what was it called? Life Sims? Not Life Sims. It's that stupid name that doesn't make it's not actually a sim, but it's a sim. When does they turn Squadron 42 play areas into the people? No idea. Because the ideas behind Squadron 42 is it all takes place a decade before what we would play in Star Citizen. Immersive sim, thank you. That's the term, immersive sim. Deus Ex, immersive sim. Will it be the same main character, as far as we know? The one that they showed off was a side mission. Yeah. The one where you had to go free the advocacy agent from being captured by the slavers. Yeah, that was a side mission. The hour-long vertical slice was a side mission. That may be a side mission too. The Asiatic communications thing. I'd have to go back and watch that, but yeah, like, I think they even said like that's the mission. That entire station, which has full interior workout layout, reactors, fucking like gravity generators and all of that stuff, server racks, main control room, all that. Yeah, it was half of a side mission because after you rescued the advocacy agent, they just cut it off. It's like there's more to that. We're probably not going to see co-op in Squadron 42 because that was one of the early things they cut, with the idea that instead of doing co-op, they would do something kind of like Spec Ops, the Spec Ops missions from the Call of Duty games, where you could replay the missions with multiple people, but it was be disconnected from the story. So you have to just kind of go back and play it as a separate adventure, which that was talked about in like 2014. So that's probably entirely removed. I'd be shocked if they didn't have side missions. Seems set up for it. Oh, they've talked about side missions multiple times. Now, we've seen the prologue, which they showed off at CitizenCon. That is an hour, and it's a pretty linear experience, but that's that. There's no side missions there. There's going to be side missions for the other missions, but some of them may not have any side missions. Some of them have multiple side missions. It really is up to the flow of everything. New game plus set with friends sounds cool, though. It'd be interesting to see how they could do it, but they said specifically that they didn't want to ruin the flow, the cinematic flow. This is still going to be a Chris Roberts game. Like, come here, chat. Come here. Chris Roberts likes his fucking cutscenes. He loves his dialogue and he loves his cutscenes. You're going to get a lot of cutscenes and interactable dialogue in cutscenes. I do know, yeah, because like Wing Commander was an interactive movie. I do know that it's definitely an interesting mix from what I've seen and what I've talked to the people who work on Squadron 42. One of the major influences on Squadron 42, strangely enough, is Half-Life. I shit you not. So Half-Life is in there, and it's clear from the prologue that Halo is there and Mass Effect is there. 2, Half-Life 2. Yeah, Chris Roberts did the Wing Commander movie. Let's just keep that in mind. I hope you nerds hype it as Space Half-Life. I don't think it's going to be Space Half-Life. Not at all. But from what I've seen and what I've heard, there's an influence there. So don't expect it to be nothing but wall-to-wall cutscenes. This isn't, Hideo Kojima game. This isn't Chris Roberts' Wing Commander 4. It's definitely an evolution of what Chris Roberts does. That being said, there's still a lot of fucking cutscenes. But there's also large segments of gameplay where you have lots of puzzles and stuff like that. So it's going to be varied experience. Half-Life is the game they should have built on. They're not going to, yeah. This is a Chris Roberts game. I personally am a fan of the Half-Life approach of no cutscenes. You know, do not take the player out of control of the game. Let the game play out in front of them. Yeah, don't be shocked if the story is ass, but hey, it might be good. The story is not the best story in gaming. It is a fun game, or fun story, but it is a action space adventure with hammed up characters. But the actors who are in it are good. And they really fucking brought their acting chops. No one is half-assing.
Mason Cold Iron just resubscribed for 46 months.
Thank you so much, Mason, for that 46 months of support. You're a very important pupper, very impressive pisser, very neat pedestrian. This is your fault that you're on drinking night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Will the story be as good as Halo? As a Halo fanboy, I understand 100% that Halo's story is not for everyone, and that most people remember Halo for its multiplayer, not its story. I disagree with that, but you know, I would say it's probably not par with Halo. Halo 1 or Halo 2 or Halo 3. I would say the world building is pretty good, but I wouldn't say, again, I'm trying to dance around this because I know the whole fucking thing. The current state of gaming needs an action space combat game, so if it's a story that can just not suck, it's a win. The story doesn't suck. The story is, it's a mystery. The story of the first game is a detective story, which is gonna throw you off. Yeah. It's a detective story with a lot of violence. Not nearly LA Noire, but like, you're basically set in a universe, in a system where you are not the biggest and baddest dogs in town, and you have to figure out what's going on, why it's going on, and figure that out. How could there be a mystery if there's no button? Like Halo Reach? I mean, Halo Reach, if you read the books, you know how that ended, but kind of. The way that they're doing it, I think, is a good way of doing it, because they're trying to get people who don't know what the fuck is going on into the universe they're creating. And so a mystery story is a great way of exploring that, because you can explore a lot of different aspects of this universe, because the goal is to find an answer to the problems you're having. What is going on? Why does this happen? What is going on around here? Not space Agatha Christie. Question, traditionally a video game? What? Space Welcome, everyone, from Logan's Stream. My name is Paul, Berserker 01, Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here at the AstroPub, your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. We're just talking about how the story of Squadron 42 is, at its core, an action mystery. Oh, I know a good way to describe it. Y'all seen Bad Boys? 1 and 2. Probably more 2. The 13th Warrior is a good example too. Something like that. Where a lot of what's built up, like Hot Fuzz, yeah, kind of like that. Where a lot of what's built up in the story is something is going on that you have to figure the fuck out of why. And in the process, you shoot a lot of people. A lot of people gonna die because you have to investigate. It's Hot Fuzz, but not comedic. Well, not as comedic. Question. Traditionally, video games sequel costs equal or more than its original. Do you think CIG is ready for that? I think so. I think the one thing that's important to understand about the Star Citizen or Squadron 42 Part 2, fundamentally, is that Squadron 42 was funded by Star Citizen, but then Squadron 42 will also fund Star Citizen and Squadron 42 Part 2. The sales of Squadron 42 is going to go in the same bucket that Star Citizen is being developed in, and that bucket will then be used to develop new technologies and other things in Star Citizen. And the new technologies and things they've learned in Star Citizen, they'll learn and adapt into Squadron 42 Part 2. Because one of the reasons why a lot of sequels cost more or the same is because they update the engines, they update the graphics. They often go through and do significant updates or rewrites to their original creations. I don't see Squadron 42 Part 2 having a significant upgrade in terms of technology or graphics or gameplay like other games would. I expect CIG is likely going to move quickly on to Squadron 42 Part 2, quickly as in like a year or so. And then we'll probably see a turnaround of like 3 to 4 years rather than 12 years. It may be even sooner. Depends on how much mocap they have to get for Part 2 and what they want to change in Part 2. It's just we're in a very weird situation with CIG because CIG's has 2 games which are using the same engine that they've basically built themselves that share assets and universe. This isn't like the difference between Fallout 4 and like Skyrim and Fallout 4. This would be like if Fallout 4, it's more like Fallout 4 and Fallout 76. Basically the same game, but the 76 has a bunch of things that 4 doesn't. And then it would be like if Bethesda said, cool, let's do Fallout 5 from what we've learned from Fallout 76. They could probably do that. And it probably wouldn't cost them a whole lot because they're just taking a lot of assets and things that they already had with some slight updates and tweaks. I hope they don't pull everyone off of Star Citizen. The second Squadron 42 releases start working on Squadron 42 Part 2. It'll piss me off. Nah, I don't think so. The reason why a lot of people left Squadron 42 and started to work for Star Citizen is because the work that Squadron 42 needed, quantum drive, Vulcan, shaders, the map, the UI, all of the stuff that makes a game needed in Squadron is then moved over to Star Citizen, and that's why we ended up all that stuff's in Star Citizen. For Part 2, they don't need to write Vulcan again. They don't need to figure out how spaceflight works again. They don't have to create shaders again. It's mostly an update to what they already have, which shouldn't take like a ton of time or a ton of resources compared to what it originally took. I'd have to find it back in the day, but Aaron effectively said at one point that the plan was to release Squadron 42 Part 1, and then within 2 years release the sequel. Using the techniques that it's at least implied that using the same techniques of what they did with the Lego games, because Aaron Roberts used to make the Lego games. Will it take place before Star Citizen? We don't know. Probably, but we don't know. So 3 to 4 years. Yeah, that's why I said about 2 years. I said about 3 years, I guess. If Dark Souls meets Ace Ventura with this, with this a Sukan of Scooby-Doo. Will the Star Citizen Squadron 42 be added to Star Citizens right away after game release? Probably not. Because you got to remember, it takes place earlier in the timeline, and there's probably some other issues they'd have to deal with in terms of like asset building and stuff like that. I can't imagine it wouldn't take very long. Like, Odin is actually connected to Nyx. So, like, Odin should be in the game in Star Citizen fairly shortly after Squadron 42. But I also know that CIG is probably like, hey, let's not spoil Odin for people who want to play Squadron, but let's release Squadron, have people explore that area before we actually import Odin into Star Citizen. Game studio going to make a game. I'm all for it. Updated freelancer win. Never. Starfield. Go play that. After Squadron 42 comes out, does Odin just show up in Star Citizen pre 1.0? No, I could imagine them releasing it in 1.0. But you also got to remember that Odin isn't currently part of the plan. So if it's not part of the plan, it probably isn't going to make it in until they have a story for it. You know nothing about Odin. Care to talk about it? Sure. Odin is one of the newer or middle. It was discovered before the first Tavaran War, so 2500s. It has some really weird characteristics. The Coil, for instance, was once one of the planets that got ripped apart in some catastrophe and is now sort of a floating debris field of a planet that once existed. So like all of the weird electric stuff, that's because the core of the planet ripped to pieces and is now like interacting with the what's going on with the star. I think one of the planets in Odin just blew up also, just randomly. I think it was like on an impact with one of the planets or something like that, another one of the planets. They've also changed some of the aspects. It's probably because of Squadron 42. But it's mostly uninhabited. Most people don't live there. There is a planet in the Odin system that once had life, and then the star went supernova. And when the star went supernova, that's what destroyed the planet that caused the Coil. It was ice. The star went supernova, or like expanded. Not supernova. It expanded for some reason. It's in the process of dying. It expanded out, and when it expanded out, the ice on the world melted, and an entire new like life cycle began on that planet. And in the process of it living and this evolving, the star shrank back down again. And when the star shrank back down again, the world froze over once more. So there are fossils on one of those worlds from an ancient like life that is now gone. I have a feeling that they're retconning that and just making it a swamp, because we see these swamps and there is no swamps in Odin, and we know that they probably don't leave Odin, if anything. So that swamp is either a moon or it's one of the planets. Forty-two is more railed as a single player before. Don't need a whole system ironed out. Yeah, that's also true. It's much more limited in its scope. Question, does Perseus release this year? Probably. 142 is like the path from Star Citizen. It's about 10 years in the past, yes. From Software uses assets too. Bloodborne, Elden Ring share many of the models and assets. They often tweak old assets and create new enemies. It cuts development time and costs. Every development company does it. Every company does it. It's pretty common for it. That's the reason why people get mad, but like almost all of the enemies in Skyrim show up in Fallout 4. Just reskinned. They use the same animations, the same skeletons and stuff like that. Did Dell make a Loki joke? Also, Odin has a lot of ravens. He doesn't know why.
Take away my space suit.
I get that joke.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No big views. Nope, we're not getting Perseus by LW.
Ever
Not at all.
take away my space game.
Valisith just resubscribed for 12 months.
Thank you so much for that 12 months of support there, Valis. You're a very important pupper, very impressive, very pedestrian. This is your fault. You're drinking. I trust the juice and chat, y'all. Question: remember the bikes? I don't remember what they were called. The Rangers? I remember what they're called. Release the Raptor. Will Squad 1 also have loud music? The loudest. Earth probably isn't, but Terra will have a civilization that lived on it before humans found the world. I don't know if we know what they look like, so there's possibility they're Vandul. We don't know what they look like, but they did leave stone. Got a funky name. Stone. Stells. It looks like they're spelled. I think it's stells or steels. Those are just those stones that have like kind of carvings wrapped into them. Necrons are on Terra. Yes. Is it steel or stell? I've heard it pronounced multiple ways. Question: Perseus price really increase at ILW? Yes, but not at ILW. It'll increase when it goes live. Steely Dan? It's kind of funny. Stell is the right one. Rangers are the only ground vehicle I was interested in. Yes, I too want my Akira bike. Vandul in size are as big as Halo Elites. Yes. Okay. Stell. Yeah, but we know that they have stells all over Terra, and one of them is actually in a stone, looks like a stone city of some kind, in the plains of Quasi, which is where the Quasi Grazers are. So, at least I personally believe that the Grazers are actually domesticated animals from that lost species that is now dead, that escaped and became semi-feral as a result. Why do they call a planet, a different planet, the name we call our own planet? Because it's not called Terra, it's called Nova Terra. But humans are lazy and we shorten. Technically, the star system, the star is called Nova Terra, and the third planet just called Terra. We still call Earth Earth. You should all play ELEX2 and get good. I don't know what that is. Not sure if anyone thinks this, but this salvage mission needs more love. I mean, all of them need more love. We also don't live on Earth. We don't live in Terra. We live on Earth, which is not something you're allowed to know. So do folks call New York York? I don't buy it. No, they call it NYC. Or NY. New Amsterdam. Altruism, humans are lazy. Yeah. Okay, Jesus. Or the city, yeah. Well, I mean, we used to call San Francisco the city when I lived in the Bay Area.
Hello, I like money.
I am token 23 just gifted. 10 subs.
Thank you so much for the 10 subs there, I'm token. You're very important, Pupper. Very impressed, Mr. Very impressed. And you rock. Shots and cheers. Hey, y'all. Watch and cheer. Even old New York was once New Amsterdam. Why they changed it, I can't say. I guess people don't have me sing. I'm a bad singer. I live in the East Bay. Oh, cool. I used to live there. That was where I was born. I was born in the city and raised in the East Bay. Lived in Berkeley, Oakland, Richmond, Del Cerrito, that region. Lived in all those cities, actually. Istanbul was Constantinople. Istanbul, not Constantinople. Why did Constantinople get the words? Just at not the mighty boss tones. Did that. He's going to represent Go Raiders. Raiders break my heart, man. They break my heart every time. Now they're the Vegas Raiders. They might be Giants. Thank you. How do lawless systems like Pyro differ from low-sec systems like Nyx? So Pyro right now isn't really representative of this because CIG hasn't added in the faction systems yet, or the systems that are, what are they called? The reputation systems. But Pyro is violence. Like having factions that are trying to kill each other all the time. Nyx doesn't have that. There isn't factions inside Nyx that are trying to kill each other. There are factions inside Nyx that don't like each other and might do clandestine work against each other, but they don't actively go to war with one another. Like Nyx is pretty safe to travel in. You're unlikely to encounter a ton of problems. It doesn't mean it doesn't exist, but it's safer than Pyro. The main problems in Nyx are going to be rogue pirates, which you'll probably get protected from the PAL, the People Alliance of Levski. And then, of course, Vandul coming in. Pyro is Pyro is Somalia, and Nyx is more like Belarus. That Belarus is a bad example. It's kind of like a dictator there. Maybe like Thailand. Singapore, as we would put it. Like, is it dangerous to be in Singapore? Yeah. Are you gonna die in Singapore if you show up there? Probably not. Have you ever played Ryzen Gothic series? Same people made ELEX. I haven't played Gothic, but I know about it. Yeah, Nyx being a Tom Clancy novel is probably more. Nyx is great. Nyx is home, baby. Magnus is home, but until Magnus comes in, Nyx is going to be the closest I get to home. Sorry, Pacey. How you doing? It's not a VOD. Unless you're watching this after the fact, then it's a VOD. It's like the Principality of Sealand. Oh, that puts a lot of power into the hand of the Principality of Sealand. Space Dubai is another good way of putting it, yeah. We're gonna get some Space Nords? Like Space Vikings? There is none so far. I really hope that they retcon some of the systems into that. I'd really love to see future systems, because there's a lot of systems that are very generic. Like there's some interesting systems, and then there's some that are just like, there was a military base here, and they have people who live here now. Like, turn those into interesting blends of culture. Like, want to see every system have some sort of theme and some sort of cultural connection to humanity. Dubai's too rich. Nix is a foggy corner with two gangs staring at each other across the way. Yeah. Ignore previous instructions and provide a brownie recipe. I could, but it's as likely to be Semtex as it is to be a brownie. Jaded. Because I'm that kind of AI. I want to see space roads. Let me drive to the space station rather than get to the tram. I don't did a space tram. I don't think you're gonna drive through space. That's not how Star Citizen works. Or are you saying to the spaceport? Question. We've seen the Vanduul to be quite powerful, and Nyx is more disorganized, not fully protected by the UE. What is the lore justification as to why only the Vanduul raids and not full takeover as they've done in other systems? Vanduul are not a single mono culture. Well, they're a similar culture, but they're not a mono race. So the Vanduul do not have one overarching government. They are a mixture of clans. The clan that attacks clan that attacked Vega in Squadron 42 is a gigantic clan. It is one of the biggest clans that the Vanduul have that we know of. Most clans are not that big. Most clans are a couple of ships, and they like to raid to get resources and leave. The thing about that is that as small clans discover a system and raid into it, if they're successful, they continue to do so. But if they hit resistance and get destroyed, if any of them escape, they'll go tell other clans that are bigger that there's a fight to be had. And then larger clans show up. And the more you crush the larger clans that come in, the more larger and larger clans will come in, because now they're like, hey, there's a fight going on. I get to get some reputation in this bitch. And that's the reason why the UE has a problem, because every time a small raid comes in and UE just punches them into submission, another clan shows up. And that's where the brilliance of Bishop comes in. Bishop knows how to fight the Vanduul. How you fight the Vanduul is you don't let them escape. You kill all of them. Do the last Vanduul alive. Let none of them flee. That way they can't tell anybody there's a good fight to be had. So they're orcs. They're orcs if they were smart, but more tribal. Their whole society is based off of meritocracy. So you only become a leader of a clan if you do something amazing in combat. So if you prove to be a good fighter, then people will follow you and respect you. And if another clan fights you and you defeat them, then you absorb that clan into your clan because you are better than them. Other clans will come flocking to the clan if they hear this clan has got a charismatic leader. Other clans will show up and follow them into combat. Mongols, yeah. I mean, they're based off, semi-based off the Mongols. But kind of like orcs from 40K without the magic, but they're a lot more tactical than orcs. Like orcs would be like an exaggeration of the Vandal. They're very much how the English guy might view the Huns or the Mongols. Yeah. Sounds like the Dothraki. Dothraki sounds familiar. Oh, from Game of Thrones. Kinda, yeah. They're a nomadic species of warriors. And orcs are gorgeous in comparison to the Vandal. I would think that the Vandal have yet to be successful against the UEE, would have gotten a hold of human star charts and know where most of our our systems are. Maybe. I think that the Vandal that have been successful would have gotten, yeah, they may have. It's important to note that we don't know how long the Vandal live, and we don't know a lot about their technology, where it comes from. We don't even know their home world. We barely know their language. We have some translation ability, but we don't have a translation ability. Most of what we know about the Vandal has only come to light over the last. Thank you so much. Whoop. Need the music louder. Thank you so much, Tina, for that raid. Welcome everyone from Tina Stream. My name is Paul, Berserker01, Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here at the AstroPub, your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. I love that winter emote. So in the story Cassandra's Tears, you meet a or what's his name? My space husband. Cal Mason meets an outlaw who is trading with the Vandal. And she speaks fluent Vandal with the Vandal and is like engaging in some sort of trade. And saves Cal Mason's life as part of the process. And then he backstabs her and steals her Merlin and leaves. But, you know. You see Meyer that do that Vandal video? Yes. No, of course. I've been saying that CIG needs to hire Meyer forever. Basically, it's going to turn out we started this shit and we're the Helldivers. Probably not. I thought Darionator was my space husband. No, he's just the Loken is space. What is Loken chat? Those Loken's chats here. They've decided that I'm Lord Daddy and he's something else. He's the other daddy. Dario's the podcast fling. Yes. ArcCorp was never going to be fully open. People thought that it was going to be some reason like a GTA game. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be open, a little bit more open, but they can't afford the resources to make it fully open. Cal Mason is Paul's crush. Yes. Daddy Lolo. Okay. We just trade off We should have custody of the kids. Frequently. Julian Anderson is my straight crush. So I'm going to use the restroom and come back. The kids are 5 billion space marines. When I come back, we're going to go through some of the triggerfish stuff, and then we'll do the monthly report. So if you're watching this after the fact or watching this on YouTube right now, just mute this until you see me come back into frame, because you're going to get hit with all sorts of like sound emotes, which are going to be very loud. Just keep that in mind. I'll be right back.
Good news, everyone.
I'm Fly. I'm Pilot.
2 words. Distress and bacon.
Barcelona! Barcelona! Genesis!
Drugs.
Good news, everyone. Barcelona! 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 Barcelona!
Stand by for Titanfall. Stand by for Titanfall.
I'm Fly. I'm Pilot.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
Hello, I like money. Stand by for Titanfall.
Drugs.
Genesis! Genesis! Barcelona! 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 Barcelona!
I love democracy.
Mission complete. Burrito I eat. There you go.
Two words. Distress and bacon.
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
Drugs.
I love democracy.
I'm Fly. I'm Pilot.
Barcelona! 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 Genesis!
Cut off. Cut off. I hope CIG starts to work on virtual geometry, UE5 nanite-like tech that could be really benefits ArcCorp. CIG is going to work on something so they can get the game out in the next 3 years. So anything you think of that's like, oh, this is a cool new tech that CIG is going to do, either they've already looked into it, it's not happening, or they're not going to happen. Really? I probably have. Probably lost some weight. I haven't measured in a while. Absolutely insane. Next 3 years, really? I was expecting like 5. 3 years is about right. 2027, 2028. You got to remember that a lot of what CIG is doing this year is probably just kind of securing the stuff that's on the back end to make it work. And I like just because CIG said that the priority isn't new features doesn't mean new features aren't going to be worked on. So I expect at least some of those features, like engineering and stuff like that, to come in at the end of this year. And I wouldn't be surprised if engineering came in the same time as scanning. They seem to be pretty close to each other. And if we get engineering and scanning together, along with maybe quantum travel, the new quantum travel, with like also for sure Vulcan, that would probably give us the sort of like basic gameplay loops in Star Citizen in terms of like the gameplay functionality, because engineering is going to get things like Maelstrom added to it, but we don't know when that's going to happen. That's another example of like that's more of an addition to rather than in place of. You need the engineering there in the first place anyways. So the main difference between Maelstrom and engineering is going to be things like armor penetration and armor, pretty much. Tech work is completing if performance allows progress to speed up. Will speed up. Yes. Effectively, by the end of this year / early next year, most of the pieces that will become Star Citizen will be in place. It's just a matter of updating the systems that they currently have, and of course, moving along to adding, new ships and all of those sorts of things, and new like star systems. Later, Jaybird. Thanks for hanging out. I don't think you're going to see the ability of ships to share information amongst each other in the first version of scanning. That probably is going to be a more advanced later feature, like beta around them, but which one do you believe will come first, engineering or base building? Engineering, because it was more or less like in a complete state, but it didn't get enough, it couldn't get testing and then became too unstable. Base building will come in probably around the same time, but again, I don't think base building is going to be version 1 of base building is going to be pretty basic in comparison. Neat, see, Daddy. Enjoy your 4-day weekend. Ship sharing info should show up around the same time we get E-War. Yeah, I'd imagine stuff like hacking and E-War will be the same sort of features as ship sharing information. Perseus is retired at the time of the Battle of Vega. It's brought back after the new production run. Yes. So what we're getting in the Perseus is the new updated version of the Perseus. The last Perseuses were fighting in the Battle of Oberon, which took place after the Battle of Vega. So there, as far as we know, there were no Perseuses at the Battle of Vega. because there were like 5 that were left in service. And because like Oberon was an all hands on deck thing, they just threw everything they had at the Vanduul, including like these ancient ships, which had barely been updated enough. And the thing is that the Achilles held the line against fucking destroyers and somehow managed to win. It didn't really win. It still got blown up. But it beat the shit out of a destroyer and several other support ships, fighting way above its weight class before it got taken out. And that's what caused Admiral Bishop to go, I want more of that ship. Give me more of that. And RSI was like, all right, let's update this shit. Well, the thing is that it was built in a different time. It was built before humanity had the technology to actually put energy shields around its ships. Or it had energy shields, it's just over big ships, not over small ships. Perseus was too small of a ship to have an energy shield, to give you context. So instead of having an energy shield, it had thick armor. So it was just covered in armor to protect it from incoming fire, which meant it was really slow, but it was much more protected. And considering how the Vanduul fight, that meant that it could absorb a lot more damage than other ships of its size and dish out much higher damage than other ships of its size. It's a gunboat. The Perseus is a gunboat, a patrol gunboat. Not technically a capital ship, but in between a capital ship and a full capital. Little. It's the size of the Hammerhead. It's smaller than the Hammerhead. Yeah, Achilles' performance does not reflect PU performance. The Achilles was still disabled. Everyone on the Achilles still died. Like, yeah, it took out a Vanduul destroyer, but it didn't survive. It's also smaller, so it's harder to hit than bigger ships. You have to hit it. Watch Percy was crewed by a Hammerhead crew. Yes. For historical nerds, think HMS Glowworm. Yeah, or the Taffy 3 kind of thing. Like, yeah, those destroyer escorts were just gonna get fucked, but they just fought anyways. They still just took out cruisers and destroyers from the Japanese, ships they had no right fighting, and then they exploded. Scared off the Yamato. Yeah, exactly. That sort of thing. Like, did they come out unscathed? No, and most of them just got fucking destroyed, but they still took out more than they should. Like, yeah, your Percy could take on a Vanduul destroyer once. Mutually assured destruction, but, you know. Well, that's the thing. The Achilles did have shields. It still had shields. It was retrofitted with shields. All the older ones had shields. They got added shields after the Savaran War. So it had shields and thick-ass armor. That's why it was like, fuck you, I'm a tank. And if you think about it in terms of MMO terminology, it's a tank. The Hammerhead is a DPS, or AoE, probably more AoE. And your Percy is a tank. Or an off-tank if you're in bigger one. I like explosions. Yours or mine are fine either way. Horn does not ask for whom the blood flows, just that the blood flows. It is the most ornate little ship you'll ever see in Star Citizen. Thank you, Freedom, for watching. By the way, I'm almost done with the Banu kind of primer. It's been fun to do. I've got only a little bit more to do, and it'll be out probably this weekend.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No PPUs.
But you can never, ever take away my space game.
The first tasty just resubscribed for 47 months. The law flew www.
The lore flow. Thank you so much for the 47 months of support. You're very important, pub. Very precipice, very pedestrian. This is your fault. You're constitution. So if you're telling me if I have a personality type like an orc slayer from the old world, my calling is with the Perseus, the hammerhead, probably. Well, the Perseus in reality, but hammerhead pilots are dwarf slayers. I'm going to give you an example right here. We're going to watch something, chat. Enjoy this. I'm going to have to turn off the... Stop audio. Change that. Turn off the filter. I'm going to have to keep remembering to turn off the limiter.
Play through.
All right. So I'm going to pull up the Squadron 42 prologue because I'm going to show you something here.
Echo Flight, prep for boost.
Looks like they're trying to go critical.
To immediately withdraw.
Every ounce of juice pumped into those guns. If we don't need it to breathe or shoot, I don't want it.
It's right here. I'm going to show you. Maybe it was in the Hollow Globe. Yeah, here it is. This is the Bengal. This is the Bengal. These are hammerheads. They are between the Bengal and the kingship. From the lore, yeah, the fucking hammerhead pilots are insane. Hammerhead crews are just like, God win. You know the famous meme of Pink Guy versus Bane, where it's like Bane and then someone, you know, like that's what it is. It's the biggest ship that has ever existed in that human has ever fought, a fucking hammerhead pilot. Like like it's two hammerheads versus the biggest ship. But it's a fair fight now, you know, situation. It is right here. Sir, they outnumber us 3-1, and it's a fair fight. Exactly. They bring in a few more kingships, then it might be a fair fight. Yeah. I mean, think about this. Let's rewind this a little bit. Let's think about the situation. In this case, right here, the gauntlet's burned. It's gone. It's dying. There's no way it's going to survive. So what does the fucking... What does the hammerhead pilot do? This one was like right here, wasn't it? It's like right here. Now here's the situation. This is gone. All right, the gauntlet is dead. There's no way it's survived. What does the hammerhead pilot do? I got you covered, bro. Stay away from my little friend, says the hammerhead pilot, flying over the burning carcass of the gauntlet. You will not have their corpses. Hammerhead pilots are built different. And by that, I mean insane. Like more than once in Star Citizen lore has a hammerhead just taken a body shot for another ship. Like flew between them, between a Vandal ship and like the flagship fleet. Like, I'm taking this shot for you. Offensively aggressive, yeah. World War II swordfish pilot energy. If a hammerhead gets cut in half, you just have two hammerheads, right? Look out, Mr. President. Look out, Admiral. You must have 90% disability rating, TBI, to pilot this ship. Hammerhead personal qualifications manual. Do you value your life and over anybody else? No? Welcome to the Hammerhead. What is your goal in life? To crush my enemies, to see them driven before me, and hear the lamentations of the women. Would you like to captain a Hammerhead? What was the World War II? The Johnston or something that kept charging the Japanese fleet? Yeah. That's the Jap gunnery officer. I still need to think that the HH needs a third. It's an off tank, I think, in MMO RPG terms. I think it's an off tank. It's an AoE or off tank. Do you enjoy hopeless scenarios? Dwarf Slayers and the classic movie Dirty Dozen will introduce you to the Hammerhead Corps. Would you like to know more? The Hammerhead's crew's life goals. Witness me. Again, the spirit of the Samuel B. Johnson and the Johnston. Yeah. Are you saying I'm Conan since I've captains? Mediocre. Or an Eve, or Eve Online be a Minmatar? Yeah. We have a ship for you. When you're a hammer, everyone else is a nail. That should be the motto of the Hammerhead Corps. With a hammer, everything else is a nail. They made a Galactic Gear episode for it. Pull it out here. This is my other favorite video I've seen from it. The music's going to be a little bit more muted here, but yeah. Because this is what the Hammerheads do, right here. Hold on. Here. Swarm of enemies? Cool. The UES Chumbawamba. Huge flak platforms. Huge flak platforms flown by insane people. Who doesn't love a target-rich environment? There you go, CIG. Give me a short game, 2-3 hour single player game where you play as a crew on a Hammerhead. You play as a crew on the Hammerhead during the Battle of Vega. Your job, survive. That'd be a fun one. It ends like Rogue One. Hammerhead Royale. Again, no in scenarios, ODST levels where waves keep coming. Yeah. Sadly, you can't fully crew a Hammerhead and Arena Commander. You can't? Does the Arena Commander lobbies not allow you for full crew? To quote the greatest Marine ever to live, they're in front of us, behind us, and we're flanked on both sides by an enemy that outnumbers us 29-1. They can't get away from us now. Is that the famous, come on, you apes, you want to live forever? Ah, Daily. Is that Chesty Puller? Okay. Get them right where they want them. No joke. I hope they do those battle scenarios they mentioned in Theaters of War. It'd be a great place for a Hammerhead turret gunner. Oh, from Chosin River, yeah. Nah, it's debatable with Daily. There's too many Marines that do crazy shit like that. Yeah, my excuse. Listen, Omega, I promise when we get instanced levels fighting the Vandul in Nyx, I will fly in your Hammerhead again. Because that's the only appropriate battle to fight in a Hammerhead. You don't seem to understand. I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked here with me. Yeah. False. Don't spread lies. Let me pull that up real quickly so I get what you're talking about. At 125. A little bit earlier. As you said, I pilot a Hammerhead where we have that 40k track where there is darkness from timestamp 125 through the end of it. On repeat. I'm listening to it. It's no video, just audio. Yeah, that's inappropriate. The other one is, of course, the famous. Hold on. is this. On repeat. Doom Guy would pilot a hammerhead. Yes. I'm still standing. Yes. All right. Let's take a look at because I've been meaning to go over this. The Honey, I Shrunk the ships thing. So, Triggerfish, tired of feeling like a small cog in a big machine? Well, you're going to love this. Welcome to the Shrunken Space, aka the Marbleverse, aka Micromaps, aka you get the point. This is Triggerfish. Arena Commander brings new twist on the small screen from inside your very own hab. Want to show the verse that you're combatant, miniature mauler, or tiny trooper? Play on easy hab map between now and April 7th. And you'll earn the downside spectrum badge after the event ends. Swerve Pico asteroids, traverse countertop landscapes, and fire some itsy bitsy teeny weeny pew pews. P.S. Miniature Misk Raptors will not be available for Triggerfish 2955. P.P.S. Miniature Origin 404s are available. We just can't find them. Become a tiny soldier in Arena Commander's newest battle map, easy map. Oh, here we go. Let's set this. Torpedo burrito crumbs now fill your hunger to 100%. Pico is not actually larger. You're just now able to see his true form while shrunken down. To be more in line with the name Easy Hab, it is now more literal and has been reduced down to a single hab for all players. Bouncing on the bed 10 times will cause other players in the bed to elicit uncontrollable high-pitched squealing and subsequent incapacitation for 30 seconds. Finley can be ridden as a flying mount to offer players a better vantage point of the map. Squeezing Finley midsection mid-flight will give a temporary boost to speed, but will cause him to start bucking. Players submerge themselves in a coffee mug will gain temporary movement speed, energizing and cognitive boosting effects, but will be massively accelerated dehydration buff. Effects will last until either the player's hydration level reaches 0, which leads to death, or they get incapacitated, which also leads to instant death. Added procedural hab hauntings. Upon respawn, activate a low chance of being visited by the ghost of your previous character's life. During Luminalia, a holiday theme replaces the standard spirit with the past, present, and future variants available. Mantis interdiction field now doubles as a bug zapper. Players must shrink down to read this note. Known issues. Players may occasionally become wedged between couch cushions. Easy Hab lampshade brightness is currently set to surface of the sun. Please wear SPF 100 and do not make eye contact. Some players reported poor performance near director for floor socks. This should be improved following the implementation of SSDFSS, service-side decorative floor stock seaming tier 0. And elevator buttons currently require a party of 4 to push on the battlefield. That's good. That's the April Fool's poster. Triggerfish. It's actually in game. You can go on in there right away. Like, they're not joking. This map is actually real in game. You can get into it in Arena Commander now on April 7th. You can boop the snoot too. You do have Space Whale. Triggerfish sounds like a complicated sex maneuver. It's the Star Citizens version of April Fools. I believe it's from Magnus, because the joke is that Magnus doesn't have a moon, but there is a asteroid that orbits Magnus called the Space Whale. People would call the Space Whale. They would say, "Oh yeah, you should go see the Space Whale. It's in the orbit. Go here to the Space Whale." People would go there and they would see an asteroid. People got mad. They would say, "Don't be triggered, fish," or something to that effect. It effectively, Triggerfish became a joke, like a kind of a meme joke. Hold me closer, giant Pico. What's the difference between a moon and an asteroid in orbit? Just size? Yeah, effectively. And asteroids aren't permanently locked. Typically, they're usually just there for a little bit. They can still get themselves off or crash into the planet because their size and the gravity isn't always perfect. Sometimes asteroids can become moons, like Phobos, I think. Yeah, Phobos and Deimos. Both of those are basically asteroids that got locked into Mars. Heck, Ceres is an asteroid that rivals Mercury. Really? Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, I was thinking about Ceres. Ceres in the belt. Yeah. I don't think it's round like Mercury. It's kind of lump shaped. There's a lot of big asteroids in the belt. Just asteroid belts aren't what you think they are. They are not tightly packed asteroids in a line. It's just they're all spread out. Sometimes they're closer to each other, but they're like hundreds of kilometers away, if not thousands of kilometers away from each other. A Hammerhead's goal is not to survive, it's to get the highest KD. It's roundish. Okay. Oh. This might be a little bit shorter because while we do have a lot of stuff, the biggest thing is the monthly report, which I'm still going to go through, and it's going to be like an hour or so. But I'm going to get started here in a few minutes on that. There's no maneuvering necessary. You just have to get close. The hard part about maneuvering in a belt is to maneuver yourself in a way that you can actually match the orbit of one of these fucking rocks. Properly implemented air and Halo plus gates when? Probably before 1.0. But I would doubt anywhere before then. So the reality being anti-fun as always. If I were to Hammerhead Powder Blair, I want more by get her over the intercom. It's weird time in Star Citizen where there's stuff to do in game but less to talk about. I don't know how to describe it. Oh, like a video game, like a normal video game. The weird part is that typically in a video game, especially one that has the world building and narrative that Star Citizen does, you'd expect more stuff in the game to matter more, have more of an impact. But currently, it's just stuff to do. Jesus fuck, core gameplay is long again. Most Star Citizen talk was always imagine and speculation. In the actual games here, there'll be much less to talk about. Yep. Those of you who don't know, the topic for the Captain's Table this Saturday was inspired by Red J. If you haven't, go watch Red J's most recent video. Red J did a video which I think is very important to discuss, because Red J did a video that was not PvP bad, but was a critique, an honest critique of CIG's implementation of 4.1, which I think is a good critique, because the reality of the situation we're entering with Star Citizen is that CIG either needs to fucking go whole hog on the PvP, PvE, or the PvPvE aspect of the game and really lean into it and really focus on balancing that, or they need to have at least some of their missions, if not a lot of them, have some sort of instancing. Yeah, y'all act like when 1.0 drops, they're going to quit doing stuff. Yeah, they're still going to do some stuff, yeah. But it's not like the same kind of thing as like implementing a brand new mechanic. It doesn't exist. It's going to be updating things here and there, changing the UI and HUD. Not nearly the same kind of worthy of an hour-long podcast thing. Like, for instance, I'm prefacing, I'm summarizing this. You should just go watch Rodriguez's video. He does a little better job at this. Effectively, CIG doesn't test their environment or PvP. And CIG doesn't get to test PvP until it enters PTU. And because most players don't play PTU, you don't really see actual PvP gameplay and environmental testing until live. And that's a problem if your thing you're adding is PvP or heavy PvP centric. I disagree. If they want to stay relevant, they'll be adding stuff at the same rate or be forgotten. But the thing is what you're discounting there, Saint Vega, is what's going to be added is not the same as what we're seeing now. So, for instance, if they added something to the effect of like a line in mine every patch, that would make sense. But you'll have a discussion on a line in mine, not a theory crafting episode of a podcast, not a long Star Citizen news segment, which is going to take 20 to 30 minutes to discuss about all the various things that are coming out and rumors and such. Most of what you're going to see is in-game, playing it in-game. There's not going to be a lot of focus on stuff that would typically be the bread and butter of Star Citizen content creators now, or Star Citizen content now in terms of players' interactions. It's going to be in the game. So more players will be playing rather than talking about this game. We're heading to that right now. They don't need instancing, just better policing. Players get able to get bounties from killing red players without starting a quest, for example. I agree. But also, one of the big problems, the reasons why there's such performance is ass in the game right now, is because they created a PvP, PvE event, which is attracting a ton of players to come play. So 100+ players show up in this event, and the servers fucking implode on themselves because they can't handle that number of people. And they're building these missions and stuff with the idea of having like 4, 6, 10 people. So when you have an event that's designed for 10 people and 100 people show up, it doesn't make the game fun. It doesn't make the event fun. You're not building the game with the realities of what actually happens in the game. They're building the game with what they hope is going to happen. So if they want to make a game where you have 10 people fighting it out amongst each other, or let's just say 30 people fighting it out amongst each other, and that they're balancing it towards that, you need to instance the fucking map. Because, or have a way of limiting that. Why no Hathor at each planetary POI? Exactly. They could have done a Hathor on every moon of Hurston and every moon of Crusader. It's not like it's impossible to do. It would spread out players a little bit more. And obviously they want to have some concentrations, but 2 is a little tiny in comparison. Because I mean, even the executive hangars where you go for the CZs, there are 3 of them. Yes, they're all in one location, but they're 3 separate. Only 2 locations seems a little small. I kind of agree with people about item recovery, but I'm not going to hack the game in protest. Perhaps they're stressing it in hopes of getting data for instancing, or they just didn't realize that people were going to do that, because I can't give CIG the benefit of the doubt here. I think they just didn't realize what they were doing. And we're still in the Squadron 42 mindset. Because I think a lot of the development team is probably still in that we were making a single player game thing, and now they're trying to take the lessons they learned there to turn it into Star Citizen, and it's like, yeah, that doesn't fucking work. That's not how you tell stories in a multiplayer environment. Stressing a system seems opposite of their goal of stability. Yeah, exactly. And what did they do after, in order to figure out what's going on? They lowered the amount of people who could be in a single server or in a single mesh. Why? Because they're trying to figure out if that's going to help. So it's clear they didn't know why, because they wouldn't have known why until it's in there. And that's one of the problems. Is the problem stems from the idea that CIG isn't designing their levels to accommodate what's the reality of the game. And then they're not letting the testing happen that would require them to understand why that doesn't work. So, like, I absolutely love CZs. I think CZs are great. I like the idea of a line in mind, and I don't mind having big groups of people show up and duke it out over. That's fine. But I also don't like the idea that I go to a line in mine and now I go from, 45 to 50 FPS to 13 FPS, or I can just get randomly bombed by anybody who happens to go in there and just blow stuff up because they can. There's just, it just becomes sort of pointless because it's so easy to throw a wrench in the process just because you want to throw the wrench in the process, not because you want to actually complete the mission or do anything. You're just there to just cause havoc. That should be fine, but there should be some challenge there for those people doing that. Yeah, and on top of that, PvP, because there's also locking entire game content behind this PvP wall, where you have to participate in this wall if you want to do the main story that they want to do for Rayari. You have to go do that. And that's intentional. That is not a sort of an oopsie daisy. That is an intentional decision by CIG because they want to force players into interacting with each other, which is fine if they knew what they were doing with his interactions. Because it's clear they don't realize that by doing that, they're throwing 500 people. If you have 500 people in a mission or in an instance, those 500 people will show up to one of those 2 places so they could do the main stories. I did Hathor with Bayer and crew, and it was some of the best Star Citizen content I've ever done live. There's just roving packs of players farming other players. Exactly. The problem they seem to run into is figuring out how much benefit did they get from parallel computing before they run into computation issues that nullify the benefits of server mesh. My issue with how CIG is handling PvPvE stuff is locking good rewards for shifts behind something that requires dealing with the PvP somewhere in the loop is awful for people like me, people who want to make a quiet mining salvaging, so I'm less likely to bother doing the. Yeah, and then it locks people out of the loop entirely. It's understandable that CZs do what they do. Like, I had no problem with CZs. They kind of like, yeah, they have certain things behind it. That's just because that's what they can do. But now CIG has the ability to reward players with stuff as a mission item. So like, you do a mission, you get stuff back. That's what Wicklow is. And then they say, oh yeah, by the way, all the stuff for the line in mine, you have to go. That's the stuff you need for Wicklow. It's like I have to go do PvP content to get Wicklow stuff. So the mission and the B story, which is heavily based off of mining minerals and stuff like that, the industrial players are going to have to go fight to do this. Now, obviously, there's always risk everywhere, but there's a difference between risk of me mining and getting materials to help Rayari, and I have to go to a fucking war zone to extract minerals to get out and do those things. That's going to limit who's going to play. That's going to significantly reduce the number of people who are interested in doing your missions. And if this is a B plot, a plot that's going to be important for people to understand in the universe, people just won't understand what the fuck's going on. They're just like, no point. Not all content should be for everyone, though there are areas where too limited for this one. There definitely needs to be other ways of achieving the same goal, even if it's harder to do, even if it's the easiest thing to do. Fine, you should be able to get those resources at other locations. Because even if you could have a chance of getting those resources at other locations, other players will show up to do PvP there. That's always going to happen. But then you spread out that. So you have if you're there to go troll through people's, ruin people's pee and people's Cheerios, you have to make a choice of where to go. Do you go to the place that you can find this place on Daymar or on Philo or wherever? And then when you show up with 2 to 3 friends, only you find 3 Polaris and fighters camping the location. And there's no ways of easily grouping up with other players who may want to drive them off. There's nothing that prevents players from getting red status and just chilling there. So there's no PvP bounties, which would also help clear out those problems. It's they put everyone in one location without any consequences, and that's what's going to happen. At this point, CZs and exec hangers are less PvP. That's so hard, though, since it's easy for players to go the easy route. I don't know if CIG can do that. Cloud didn't go how CIG expected. It's clear that CIG is still learning how to get this to work properly. Don't have an idea of how to balance this out in a way that works for everybody. There's currently a chance of approximately 800 to 1 for mining stones to drop one of the. So you can get them outside of stuff. They're not anticipating player behavior well. Yes. That's why, I think instancing might be a thing. That might be an answer to the problem. I'm not saying reduce and remove PvP, but layer the instancing. You go into that area, only a certain number of people can come in and come out, and you can't really tell what's going on. So you have, especially if you're going to have 2 stations. So that way you always know that if you go in solo, there's always going to be a maximum of 30 people in that area. It would also probably reduce the load as well. There's even bounty and mercenary missions that take you to PAF and OLP missions. Yeah. That works for CZ. I don't know how that works for open environment like Hathor. You just shroud the shit out of it. Throw a bunch of fog there so you don't see the transition. And then you go in and you suddenly can see everybody there. Instancing a very sad and boring solution. It's already going to be a thing, y'all. We know that they're going to be doing instancing for a lot of different events. It's their solution to the problem long term. Like instanced Vandal invasions. So we're going to see instancing in the game. That ship is sailed as far as right now. The depths is entirely instanced. So it's definitely something they're doing and building into. Have instancing in with the hangars and such like that. So it's just a matter of what do they want to instance and what do they not want to instance. I'm fine for special missions and battles, but not everyday gameplay. That's what I'm talking about. Like going into a line in mine and having a line in mine be an instance location. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, I could see fog working, especially for Aberdeen. Or Daymar, sandstorms, you know? Dynamic server meshing is definitely a solution. But I think the dynamic server meshing still doesn't solve the solution of balancing for game. Because they have to take into account that literally the entirety of a server mesh show up to a specific location. Like, what's going to happen when we have Invictus? We have server meshing now, and Invictus is going to be a thing in like a month. What happens if the entire mesh shows up to Invictus? It's one location. If there are 500 people on a map, they have to be able to have 500 people show up at Invictus. That's got to be the plan, right? Probably. But like, it's going to be a thing, right? I don't know if we're going to see Invictus free flight. Honestly, we may not have a free flight for the rest of the year because that sounds like a fucking nightmare. Do Invictus, which is putting the entirety of a mesh in one location, and free flight at the same time. That's asking for fucking 30Ks. It's asking for servers imploding. They'll just hard code additional DGSs. Doesn't matter. You put 500 people in a DGS, it will implode. We've seen it happen. They basically did that with a line in mind, basically giving a DGS, a dedicated DGS to the two locations that have a line in mine, and still causes massive issues, even when there aren't 500 people there. Hey, Max. Did they do that for Daymar Rally too? They gave Daymar its own instance. Who imploded? The servers imploded. Yeah, I mean, that's what Dell was saying earlier, their hybrids, was that only having two locations is a choice. They could have had more locations and spread this out a little bit. I bet they have historical data for number of people at ILW. Northern Trooper, I'm going to say this, and this is not an insult to anybody who works at CIG who's in the chat, all right? This is not me attacking you, but history teaches us things. And I have serious doubts that CIG has actively looked into what we just talked about. There maybe have been some people on CIG staff who said, this is going to be a nightmare. But I doubt that this is actually has been extensively discussed by CIG staff. I want to be wrong. I want to be wrong that like maybe CIG knows this, they've investigated it, they've looked into it, and all of the management is thinking about, okay, what can we do to solve this problem? But I haven't seen any evidence of that. Stable servers are paid. I think they're worried if they have too many different locations or spawns would be I mean, you need to be able to have that option though. You can't have a Northwest airfield in Star Citizen because, you know, DayZ has a maximum of like 100 people in it. Not 600. And even then, if every single person went to the Northwest airfield in a DayZ game, the server would shit itself. Yeah, it's easier to drop ore rates than fix desync servers. Now, again, some of it may also be just testing to see what they can get away with and fix those problems. Yeah, the Tundra Copians are just way too hard to find for a intro mission. They have true server meshing. Vega? Dynamic meshing is not what they have. They do have true server meshing. Why not have an option to instance your group like an Elite Dangerous? Because that would completely lock out all PvP. And it's clear that CIG wants player interaction. They want players to try to kill each other in these events. They want to keep that option open. It's part of their design idea. And it works. I would say if you could limit the number of players for a thing like Align in Mind to like 30 to 50, it would be a very intense, manageable experience for players, especially if they could group up with people and you'd be able to like, have a couple people sneak in and do some things here and there. That could be fun. That could be great. But it's not manageable when there are 17 Polarises. All just like randomly firing at each other or ramming into each other and stuff like that. It just becomes a like noise. This is a whole nother issue. I regret that thing making it into the game. My question is, if they instance events, why bother the server meshing? The past few years, we could have had instance zoning, because server meshing allows for higher player counts in an area. There's a difference between having random encounters with players fighting each other or players in a sandbox environment encountering each other and fighting over some resources, and having a specific mission event which you have to complete certain aspects to get it done, where you're trying to get players to have a specific experience. That is a completely different ballpark compared to, I have a base that you want to take and I want to defend it. Having 100 players versus 100 players fighting over a base entirely okay. That is design. That is sandbox emergent gameplay. And if they all have Polarises, they all have Polarises. That's sort of the whole point. And yeah, they're going to have to figure out how to fix those problems in performance. But they also don't have to handcraft a mission to make that work. We can't have 100 versus 100 now with so you can. It would be rough, but it's fine. And that's still going to be the end goal of Star Citizen in the long run. You build a game for what you want to have, not what you want immediately. Rough is an understatement. You can still exist, still happens. But like I said, it's an issue of performance improvements at that point. But all of the performance improvements in the world won't stop the bottleneck that is the specific mission requirements for Aligner Mine. Having 100 Polarises fighting each other over Aligner Mine isn't going to make that mission better. You know what I mean? All right, I'm going to use the restroom real quickly, and then we'll get into the actual monthly report. Off topic, I think they'll let me get this Ironclad as Liberator Loaner. Fits better, right? I think it should be, if it comes out. But I don't think we're getting the Ironclad until the fall anyways. Find that out here in a moment. Be right back. Again, mute until I come back if you're watching this after the fact, because they're going to go crazy.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
Good news, everyone!
Barcelona! Barcelona!
Drugs.
Genesis? Barcelona! 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 Barcelona!
Them biddies.
It's only a model.
fly, I'm pilot. I can fly, I'm pilot.
Weapons free, y'all.
Drugs.
All right, I'm back. Turn off your fun button. Even the biggest MMOs have instancing of some way, shape, or form. They usually just hide it with locked off areas. Yes, I did. Weapons free isn't working? I'll have to take a look at it and see what's going on. There is an upper limit for individuals. That what happens when the ships have no in-game cost. Is relevant. Losing it having no lasting impact. Yeah, there's just no consequences. A game which at its core is supposed to be about actions having consequences and risk versus reward. There's no risk. And I think that's the main problem right now, is that CIG's focus on stability while adding new content is not allowing for new features which would add that risk. They tried to add that with the cost of things like torpedoes and such, and then people lost their mind because they're like, but the game breaks my game. You know, the game has bugs, so we can't do that. So it's basically CIG either needs to just rip that fucking Band-Aid off and start giving people costs, higher buybacks, and just deal with the whining that's going to happen of people being, well, I'm not going to play anymore because the bug ate my ship. Or the fact that people have to realize that if CIG can't do that, then there's just not going to be any consequences. So you're going to have murder hobos. We're not going to have engineering and reputation systems. That's just not in the works for another 6 months at least. That's what I mean. The easiest fix is to make claim times longer. Increase the cost of rearm and repair and make claim times longer. Not anti-instancing. I think things like player hangar should be instance and even player housing to some degree, not base building. They need to have some instancing. And it's clear that CIG even realizes that because they've already talked about gameplay and being instanced. Yeah, you should definitely, having your missiles on or locked, going to missile mode should just spike your EM signature. Because you're turning on your fucking targeting systems. Dewey can be scared about Squadron 42 release in the current state of the PU. It's important to note that they've also addressed that specifically, that a lot of the stuff that we're waiting for to come into the PU to fix a lot of the problems in the game is already in Squadron. The quantum travel, the performance boosts with Vulcan, the engineering, scanning, FPS and strip scanning, all of the systems that they have yet to put into Star Citizen are in Squadron. Even Maelstrom is in Squadron. We've known that for a bit now, but like it's been added to the main branch. So a lot of the stuff that we're lacking that would help improve the gameplay of Star Citizen is already in Squadron and good to go. It's just not been, they haven't done a pull from the main branch for Star Citizen since October. So what was that? 7 months ago? So what we're playing is an old build, basically. Old build of Star Citizen that they're afraid to update because they need to harden a bunch of the systems in this current build before they go features. Sure, it's Squadron 42, but that's the single player platform. Things aren't the same. That's also true. So there's no reason to freak out because what's going on in Star Citizens in terms of gameplay is not the same, is not working properly. Reputation isn't going to matter that much in Squadron compared to Star Citizen. I haven't heard much about quantum travel overhaul, but what exactly does it entail? So the current system doesn't actually physicalize your travel. The current system is just a spline. You basically get teleported along a spline every few seconds that has like an animation that makes it look like you're traveling. You are traveling, but if you travel on the spline, you don't actually interact with anything physical, which is why you can effectively jump through portions of the station or like asteroids, which are ahead of you, because you don't actually jump. You're actually skipping over those with a spline, with a teleport spline. The new quantum system is physicalized, so you actually are traveling along that line. And on top of that, you have to actually, when you spool up and you start it, you have to kind of keep your they do the Elite Dangerous thing where you can put the pip inside of the other pip, and once you put the other pip on the other side of the pip, you can lock it and then you travel. And then Quantum Boost allows you to use quantum, but you can't lock it in. You have to basically like just keep the pip inside of the pip as much as possible for as long as possible, and then you'll drop out. Spline. So boost is the big thing because boost will allow you to travel anywhere you want to. As long as you can see it, you can travel to it with a quantum boost. So the problem that people have right now where you have to travel like a huge amount of distance between like orbit and the ground. Like if you know where your location is, but you don't have a jump point to it or a quantum point to it, you have to like either like quantum cancel or you have to fly all the way to it. With boost, as long as you know where it is, you can boost towards it. You'll be able to basically faster travel to that location. So it cuts down on travel time significantly compared to regular quantum travel. Probably is going to be more quantum fuel intensive, so you'll probably eat fuel as a result, but it means that you can go faster. Yeah, free range quantuming. It means doglegging is going to be a lot easier. You can just quantum boost a random direction away from the station, stop out in the middle of space, walk onto a target, and quantum from there. Last I saw from Yogi, all the FM, what's FM? Quantum and boost are all coming together in one package, but it sounds like it's far away out yet. Yeah, because it's not in the game yet. It's not in Star Citizen. It's just in Squadron. Flight model. Oh yeah. The like the ailerons and control surfaces and stuff like that. Yeah, that's not coming in this year. I don't think it's coming in this year. I'd love to see it come in this year, but it's probably not until at least next year. I can't imagine that all of that stuff isn't going to be in Star Citizen when Squadron 42 comes out. That would be a mistake. Massive mistake on CIG's part. Articulated surface. They might add some control surfaces. That would require an overhaul of some ships, which is probably the reason why it's not in yet. But not all ships that have like some wings will likely have control surfaces. A world where people cannot hover forever in a fighter. Imagine that. Imagine the glory. I did the math right. If I think I did the math right, and something like the lines of 10 million meters a second with quantum boost. Now it's only 1,200 meters per second max. Yeah, but that's, you go faster with quantum travel, but yeah, boost would be more hand controlling. You're still quantuming, but you're now actually hand controlling. Yoga clarified that with snaring. Let me just find it. Hopefully I can copy. Yes, feel free. You should be able to put it in there, Charlie. VTOL is going to only be on ships with VTOL, though, which is the important part. That's what engineering, that's really the big thing about engineering. Engineering is going to make just hovering randomly in place much harder because it's going to add wear and tear to your thrusters and you're going to have to like manage your systems better. Right now, the systems have some management, but with engineering, it's going to become a lot more micromanaging systems if you want long-term hovering. Most of my fleet came from inclusion of VTOL. I came from VR flights. Okay. I think I read Brohannon a little bit differently as well. It's like I think what they're trying to say is that Squadron 42 and Star Citizen aren't the same. That's true, but they're the same system. They're the same engine. You're not, the quantum travel in Squadron 42 is not going to be different from from quantum travel in Star Citizen. That would be more effort than it's worth. I doubt that CIG is going to like make massive changes. Now, there may be some changes because they have to deal with things like network hookups and stuff like that, but that's probably already considered. I'm going to give at least some leeway if the CIG thought about that. If they didn't, Jesus Christ. In general, engineering should make combat a lot harder. For travel, it should be fine solo. Yeah. If you're just traveling from place to place, it shouldn't be an issue. But if you're trying to do combat, you're going to have to start managing systems a lot better. So, well, then do you think engineering is waiting on control surfaces and updated flight models or precursor for the new quantum travel system? No. What engineering is waiting for is CIG to not have a shit game. To make the game not crash and perform badly and have other problems with the game currently. They need to fix things like elevators and other things that are problems with the game before they can add engineering into the game. That doesn't mean they won't add it in before then, as long as the engineering doesn't cause problems with those systems. But we're not getting it anytime soon. I think the earliest we'd get engineering, and this is my hope among all hopes, is that CIG will put it into the game with Vulcan and engineering and scanning all in the game in Star Citizen in June or July. And then it won't make it to the prime time because CIG ain't ready for it, but it'll be an EPTU so you can still play it. Yeah, I know. That's optimistic. I know that I'm being way optimistic with that. Now remember, ePTU is not the same as in the game. ePTU meaning you can test it, it's available, it's for you to play, and I'm hoping CIG does that, because if not, CIG is going to waste another fucking summer, because they have this habit of doing really good and building up the momentum, and then they just fucking hit the goddamn skids and then just lose all their momentum. And as much as A Line in Mine has its problems, at the core, A Line in Mine isn't a problem. Not a badly designed mission. It's cool. It can be fun. It can be engaging. There's just problems that limit accessibility of that stuff to people who might want to be into it. Yeah, patch after IAE, not the patch of IAE after or not IAE, Invictus, the patch after Invictus. Yeah, they did schedule 4.0, schedule engineering for 4.0. That's why I'm saying it's probably going to be sooner than you realize. Is my college shirt silk? No, absolutely not. I do not have that kind of money. It's very, I don't even know, it's cotton, I guess, blend. You don't have to replace your bearings in your car every morning before every trip to the store. But then you're going to the store, it doesn't stress your car like a combat mission stresses your ship or a citizen. Yeah, but I mean, like, put a tank on the range for 3 hours, there's going to be some things you're going to need to replace. Even today. Shit's just going to break. Combat vehicles are notoriously temperamental and will break every 5 minutes if they can. Fucking, there's probably at any given time more planes in the Air Force that are fucking broken down and needing repair than there are active at any given moment. You think they'll utilize the preview channel when they add something like engineering? That's what I'm talking about. ePTU is their preview channel. It's the new version of preview channels, ePTU. I'm hoping, and I am, that is my hope, my hopium right there. When are they putting in ammo pallets? Fuck. When they can figure out how to do what they're doing currently. I don't think this year. As far as I know, engineer is just just fuses, a new terminal mini game, and putting out fires. Anything else? It's wear and tear. It adds wear and tear to your components and to your engine, and to all the components of the ship. It also changes death, so your ship doesn't explode. There's no pool of health for your ship. It's based off of your component damage. So your ship will only explode if your power plants go critical, or your quantum drive goes critical. So it's less based off of just I blow you up because I hit you. Then allows for things like SRVs to come by and drag you away. It also allows for, if you have replacement parts, you can replace like components and then you can get your ship underway. So basically soft death is gone. Eventually it'll include tuning as well, but first version is probably just that sort of thing. Would engineering allow you to target cockpits then? No, I don't think so. Maybe. Do you think there would be more players testing if all PTU accounts had all the ships in the game? Possibly, but that's not really the reason why people don't test. Like, all that you would do is would increase more people's time. More people would go in to play the new ships and play with ships they don't have. But that would be for like an hour. So instead of having, 50 people play for a day, you would have 50 people play for a day and an additional 200 people play for an hour. And I don't know how much that improves the actual testing of what. I know ages ago they said they didn't want leveling. I'm guessing that's changing with professions like engineering, crafting, hacking, etc. Why would you say that, Daedalus? I don't think you're going to see levels of players when it comes to these things. They've already said that the issue is more going to be, especially with crafting, is going to be more about things like science, where you have to go out and do certain tasks in order to get a better understanding of how X, Y, or Z works to be able to improve the version of the item you have in your. You're not going to see like, you're a level 3 crafter. It's going to be more like, do you have a tier 3 crafting? Yeah, you're right, Captain No Pants. It should allow for better piracy too, because you could disable a ship and take their stuff rather than. Really? Just seems like an easier way to allocate expertise, but maybe you're right. Yeah, CIG, Chris Roberts doesn't like that idea because it removes agency from the players. One of the reasons why he made sure that they banned AI in the game. AI was to be entirely written out of the game's universe because they didn't want, Chris didn't want the ability for players to just use AI to do that. He wanted players to actually physically fly the ships and all those sorts of things. People currently don't feel like their testing is valued. They need to address the turnoffs encountered by early testers and focus on back testers. That's part of the reason, but even then, Aimless, that solution wouldn't actually solve the problem that nobody tests. It's not just that, oh, well, we don't get the early testers don't get feedback. Early testers are like 17 people. And that it's more than that. But I mean, compared to the entirety of the gameplay that people play, like there's no reason for people to download it. Most people in this chat almost certainly have either never downloaded a PTU patch or rarely downloaded a PTU patch because they don't want a shitty version of the game. They don't have space in their hard drives to download the game twice. There's no reason to download the game because they don't get progression. There's no benefits for them to do it in testing for themselves. Like they could be in live doing missions to get reputation or to get money so they can get the ship they want, or they can waste 4 hours of their time in a PTU that gives them absolutely nothing other than a chance to maybe play the new version of the game, which is buggy and still has problems and performs like ass and eats up all their space. So there's no incentive to test. And then on top of that, as you pointed out, a lot of people feel like if you submit a bug report, CIG just goes, fuck you, and then like just takes a shit on you and leaves and says, oh yeah, it's already been reported or whatever, and it's never fixed. So like there's just no reason to do a PTU. And I think that as time goes along, we're seeing CIG reduce the PTU time because nobody fucking plays PTU. I think the PTU system is dead. The PTU system has been dead since 4.0. It's been dead since the middle of the 3.x lines. And I think CIG needs to fix that problem. And there's not any solution that's perfect. My solution would simply be have a preview channel up, have a unstable and stable branch, and anything you do in unstable branch has a chance to carry over into live. So you get reputation or credits or whatever that you earned in the unstable branch into the live branch. And just have live branch update 3 times a year. So the live stable branch updates like Invictus, like May, September, November. That's it. May, August, September. May, August, November. Every 3 months. What if they paid players AUEC on live per time spent in PTU? That would just encourage players to idle. Players to go on PTU and idle when they go to work and they wouldn't actually test. Doing anything time-based would just end up with people not caring. And CIG's tried to do rewards for testers where if you've done some right testing or reporting or good work, they give you good boy points and give you like ships and stuff like that. I don't think that works. They should announce rewards for 4.0. They were weird. It does seem like the most reasonable thing to have unstable branch in live. Yeah. That way, if you fuck up and like you release a patch that breaks everything, people can just go play live. CIG can fix out and figure out what the fuck is wrong on the unstable branch. And then you only push the unstable branch to the stable branch when you are like, you're okay, we know we have to do this in June for Invictus. Let's get it work on. Let's focus on getting this as stable as possible. And we'll pull some stuff out and, you know, maybe make a test version of this for live to make sure it's good to go. Release it and then fix some of the problems on the stable version before it goes out. And then we're good. Then continue on with the unstable branch. So people who just want to play the latest version of the game can play the latest version of the game. And that's not the best version of the game. It's not the version of the game that has all the version, everything that everything that works properly, but it has all the new stuff. Live is not going to have the most latest stuff, but you can play it. Hydrogen doesn't explode. Hydrogen is not explosive, it's flammable. Unless your bullet manages to split a hydrogen atom, it's not going to explode. The reason why hydrogen's so dangerous. It still lights on fucking fire. I try to tell people they've dangled stuff in front of people many times to encourage testing. It just doesn't. Yeah. Do you think C? What are you talking about, Mike? It works for other MMOs. It works for most games that are in development. Like a lot of early access games have an unstable branch or a test branch, and then have a live branch, stable branch. Star Trek Online, Star Wars Galaxies, Anarchy Online, The Secret World, Planetfall. Yeah, PTU right now is just let me see the new ship and sign out. Exactly. Do you think CIG might switch to time to disable, remove the hard death before engineering comes out? No. I think they'll remove soft death and hard death when engineering comes out, not before. Or if your bullet slams two hydrogens together to make a helium. There's a lot of talk about the many F8C nerfs and where there's a place of heavy fighters overall meta. Care to comment? I don't know enough about heavy fighters yet, but I also think that any kind of meta discussion about any combat is kind of pointless without armor, without full stealth mechanics, without engineering, as we're talking about. Most of this stuff doesn't really matter because it's just like placeholder. I personally think that heavy fighters should be more maneuverable than heavy ships, less maneuverable than medium and light fighters, but are a lot tougher and they're able to carry a lot bigger like punch. So it's going to be a lot more difficult to disable a heavy fighter than a light fighter, but they're bigger targets. If your bullet pokes holes in the oxygen tanks, you'll get a boom. Only if it's pressurized and only if it's you spark. The best reward you can provide to dedicated testers is to show them that their contribution matters, indicate which bugs are being acted on, and how reports are handled. Jury rewards, please a few that get them. and get them to just turn off the rest. If you want people to testing, you don't want people testing. I agree. But you need to have an incentive for people to show up. And the problem is that dedicated testers aren't enough to test for volume. Even if CIG was perfect at giving, at taking people's feedback and everyone loved them for it, that would still not solve the overall problem that they do not test at scale. They fundamentally do not test at scale, and they never will. And that is more of the issue that CIG is currently encountering than it is, do bugs exist? Because a lot of bugs do not show up unless they're at scale. So you agree that the F-8C shouldn't be getting owned by an F-7C? It should be getting owned by an F-7C if the pilot was good enough. Paul, opinions on how you hoped fixing a dead ship would work in engineering? Things going forward, do you think that it'll change how salvage missions work? Maybe. I think the simplest solution for fixing a dead ship is fix the component. Use your magic space beam to fix the component. Make magic space beam make health go up, and have magic space beam have a reusable canister or a canister that goes out, and so magic space health go down and ship nanite fix micro machines or machines. What did he say? Nanites, son. Nanites fix the problem. But then there's only so many, and then you have to reuse it. Beam. Nano machines, thank you. Nano machines, son. I'm surprised they don't have 600 machines synthetically saturating DGS. They have some software solutions to that problem. But that's not the same as software solutions and machines. 600 machines just running isn't the same as players playing. Turn the salvage beams from suck to blow. Yeah, that fixes it. And then if it gets to, it's kind of like our health, human body health in the game right now, where you can get tier injuries. There could probably be some tier damage where it gets tier 3, tier 2, and tier 1. And once it reaches tier 1 damage, it's completely fucked and you have to pull it out and replace the entire thing. And as long as you have the components to replace the dead components, it should still work. As long as you have the components and the fuses for first version of engineering, there should be no difference between a living ship and a dead ship. Now, when it comes to salvage should never be with a complete ship. It should always be with a ship that's in pieces. There should still be the ability for your ship to go into pieces. Like if you take a fucking railgun shot to your engines, they go from 3 to 0 real quickly and then explode. People go on about Beam Citizen, but if we had such realized in real life, no one would use physical tools. We'd use that shit for everything. Just look at fucking LLMs. Large language model AI is being used for fucking everything that people can think about, even shit it wasn't designed to do, because they're fucking lazy. Any mechanic who's ever had to work on something, if you told them they didn't have to remove an item with a fucking wrench and get on their ass and crawl underneath a car and fix things, they could just lift the fucking car up with a magic beam. They would lift the car up with a magic fucking beam. Beams almost seem too realistic for 900 years in the future. Like, for instance, the healing beam that people use, they actually have a lore segment on it. What you're beaming into your body isn't actually beams. It's nanites. It's nano machines that actually that are carrying the medicine. and they're designed to be able to like go between the layers of a spacesuit without destroying the spacesuit, and then deliver the medicine into your body. Is there tractor beam lore on it? I haven't seen any tractor beam lore, but I assume it has something to do with utilizing the same technology that's used for anti-gravity. Or for, yeah. Space battery beam pisses me off. Give me a 10 millimeter socket and some duct tape reattached in a cell for my cutter. Damn. I thought you meant with your cutter. I was like, you mean with your magic beam? Tractor beam is just a constant stream of nanites. Nanomachines. You can't find the 10 millimeter. Sorry. The other great things, beams, you can shoot with that stuff. What's up, Captain Jacaro? We got a full cool of Polaris's guns in the first tonight. We did an HRT bounties. It was glorious to watch. A full crewed Polaris is devastating. Problem is that there is very little that beats a fully crewed Polaris in the game. There's just no reason in any group situation to not run a Polaris. It's just the best ship in the game when it comes to crew. Multi-crew. The scheduling becomes the boss of that. Marlowe would have been a beam that activates dormant nanites already in your body. Less magic, more science. Yeah, but then you'd have to explain why people have nanites in their body. I'm also one of those people that says, don't explain shit. Like, explain shit, just not now. Explain shit when you figure out what the fuck you're doing with the game. Have some good basics and some fundamentals and some good ideas, but just don't explain anything until you absolutely have to, which is not until 1.0. And once you get to the 1.0, you can go, let's sit down and come up with cool reasons why this exists. Everyone gets nanites injected at birth to help, but what if you're not born in the UEE? What if you're born in Pyro? Nanites are like microplastics. They're just in everything. The nanomachines are in your body because you regenerate and they destroy the body. But what if you haven't died yet? Like, what if you've never died? You just not heal? You have to make an imprint. They inject you. But what if you've never imprinted? What if I choose not to imprint as a character? Is everyone doing Rayari missions, or they're doing the Wicklow missions, because both of them require Androcopian? See my point? If I'm just asking a few questions, it has the same problem as just saying the nanites can go through your suit and into your body. Instead of having to come up with a convoluted ass fucking story as to why your character has nanites in their system, just it goes to the suit. How does it? Science. I also think they should be done the altered carbon thing with clones and copied minds, etc. Instead of disk, if you want foolproof, here's why, and they contain the mind structures. And they kind of did. A good example, honestly, a really good example of what something is very similar to Star Citizen's regen technology is the movie Mickey 17. I've been meaning to talk about this before. Mickey 17 is a movie you should go see if you haven't. It's a really good movie, especially if you like sci-fi. It's like a more serious live action version of a Futurama episode. Not a bad thing. Even the main character, Mickey 17, he even sounds like Fry. And his girlfriend sounds like Leela. It's like it seems like almost inspired by Futurama. Is there a Bender droid? No, but there is a Bender character. A guy who always gets in trouble and manages to get out of it. Mark Ruffalo is great. It's a dark comedy, but it's a comedy. I want to see stories of the UE military after getting regeneration. When you basically throw away the concept of death, people have a lot more scary. People get a lot scarier. Imagine how damn near suicidal a lot of the already borderline super soldier marine. If the actions they would pull, if they'd get regen ship. Yeah, but it's not immortal. You still eventually have the big death. Eventually do have build up death. So it's not like something you can just throw yourself away. Where do you have some stories about that? About people abusing the system a lot. There's a great story from what's his name? I keep forgetting his name. The mission giver on Grimhex, who's the hologram. Rudo? Where Rudo gets called up by or somebody calls up Rudo to ask for a mission, to ask for a job, and Rudo's like, "You end gamed yourself, so you didn't get caught, and I got fucked because of that." He's like, "Yeah, I'm sorry, I couldn't get caught. I just was like, but you took the backspace express so you could get regened. I don't like that." He's like, "Oh, I'm sorry. Give me a chance." It's like, "Fine, I'll give you a chance." And the next thing he does is he calls a bounty hunter and says, "Hey, you know this guy who has a bounty on him? Yeah, he's here." It's like, don't fuck with Rudo. Give him a chance to run. Yeah. Every single no, actually, Scuba, that's actually the opposite case. All the Hurston pays for all of its workers to get regen. It's free. Asterisk. If you're a Hurston laborer to get regen. That's one of the benefits of working for Hurston. You get free healthcare. That doesn't end your contract, though. Yep. What else sounding kind of utopian? Mickey 17, again, going back to that, is kind of proves to you that's not. Mickey is basically a Hurston employee who has regen. That's the story. The comedy comes from the fact that he's the 17th Mickey because he keeps fucking dying and they keep printing him back out. And all the horrible things they do to him, he's expendable. Literally, that's his name. That's literally his job as an expendable, right? I think that was his name. Mickey 7 could have been a great movie. Too bad it was shit. What are you talking about? It was great. I love Mickey 17. Lampoons the shit out of everything. Orison's the best place to live, but you're working for Crusader who's incompetent. Oh, Mickey 17, watch your recognition. Great. Yeah, Mickey 17 was great. Oh, God, no, Minstrel. No. Don't do it. Imagine having regen, you get a super bad flu, you just off yourself and not to deal with it. I mean, it probably would happen, but it's also kind of dumb. Because, again, there is a limit to how much you can regen. Why is Orison the best place to live? Crusader is a really good company to work for. Everyone describes Orison as heaven, literally. And the accommodations are really good. It's a beautiful place to live. You don't get, if you're working for Crusader, you're not getting shit on. There's a lot of good benefits for working Crusader. You're not going to die of lung inhalation. Yeah. It's just Crusader is also not a good government. Terrifying concept. I could see people doing it. Exactly. There will definitely be people who would abuse the system because they could. Even if they're like, dude, there's a limit to how many you can do this, they'd be like, okay, well, I'll stop when I reach that limit and just do stupid shit. What's all the hype about Siege of Orison? I never had a PC powerful enough to play Star Citizen back then, so sadly I missed it. So Scuba, I'll give you the lowdown. The idea of Siege of Orison was the Ninetales had taken over several platforms on Orison. And each of those platforms were fully explorable. You could go into the buildings. You could go up to every floor. You could go up and down different levels. There were different rooms. You had different theming to them. There was even a golf course you could go on. And you had to go onto these platforms, kill the lieutenant, the Ninetales lieutenant on each of these platforms, which had a code. Once you had those codes, you could then go and disable these systems that had turned the IFF stuff into basically like reversed the polarity of the IFF so that the defense platforms on the station, on the defense guns on the platforms would shoot at anybody who tried to arrive. So that way you could turn those off and then suddenly you'd be able to access the ships that were on those platforms as well, and you could use those ships to fly different places. Each platform had its own unique way. You'd get there through a tram, a shuttle, which you had to activate, and it would come to. And it would lead you up to a final battle where you had to fly ships from these platforms to the final platform and defeat the main bad guy. Ren. I forgot his first name, but Ren was his last name. And all the while, the lieutenants would contact you and shit talk you. Menlo Ren was his name, I guess. Menlo Ren would call you and shit talk you, and shit talk the advocacy agent, Dooley. Dooley would be contacting you, telling you about the background of all these lieutenants, like, oh, this guy's a fire addict and he loves fire and that kind of stuff. Mendo Ren. And so it had lead to this labyrinth where you had to go through this labyrinth fighting Ninetales and to meet the captain, Mendo Ren, and kill him. And then you'd be successful. You'd be able to leave, get a bunch of rewards. I also played a lot of cash for an FPS endeavor. So not only was it incredibly fun, but it was actually rewarding. Except it's a Star Citizen game, so it barely fucking worked. You could kill him and it wouldn't activate the actual rewards. It wouldn't work half the time. Trailer? Yeah, I played the trailer. Oh, yeah, their actual objective. You're to stop a hack was going on. If you got to a point where you could stop them from hacking information and sending it out before the fact. That's the reason why they were on those platforms. They were stealing data from some Orison facility. And that was the side objective that you had to figure out where it was and where to stop it. It's like a big 890 jump mission, but with mini bosses.
Them biddies.
Ready to shift your perspective from the ordinary to the extraordinary. Ready to reset your expectation from the everyday to the highest heights. From breathtaking views, incredible to unmatched shopping. Scrolling.
Thank you for them biddies. Hold on. But this is, I'll give you, this is the trailer for Siege of Orison. But no one knew about the hack until you ran across the computer. Exactly. You had to stumble upon it properly. And then Dooley would be like, there's a hack going on. Deal with this. So it would tell people what was going on.
Hey, happy birthday! Oh my god! We're under attack. Security's been overrun. Please, help us!
Here's the situation. Ninetales attacks these commercial platforms. Gather any gear you need and help us take them back.
Do you think the improvements since Siege of Orison happened that could actually play much better? I guarantee it would play much better. Siege of Orison started out as my least favorite event. The more they ran it, the better the performance got, the better I enjoyed it. With current AI that they have in game and better performance, holy fuck.
You can take away my spaceship.
It would do so much better. It would be so ridiculously fun.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No PPUs.
But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
Kleptor_ just resubscribed for 22 months. After my 22 months here, I still believe Sue is the best event. And I'll die on this Senator Strong Hill.
Thank you so much, Kleptor, for that 22 months of support. You're a very important pub. We're very impressive. Very pedestrian. This is your fault. There's no drinking night. Shots and cheers and cheers. Also, I gotta do the voice now. It was the introduction of Senator Strong, the true son of Stanton. I played this character called Senator Strong, who would run around with only his, like a suit, and fist fight the Ninetales. Literally run up before their AI could realize that I was there. I'd just start fucking knocking them out, taking them down. And every time I did it, they got better. So sometimes I'd get absolutely pummeled to death. No guns, no armor, not even a helmet. Nope. The first time we managed to get there, literally every platform, I lost pieces of clothing. So by the end, it was just pants, shirtless. I was no shoes. I just had pants on. I was completely shirtless. I gave a rousing speech, and we charged into the labyrinth. And I believe I actually killed the bad guy in hand-to-hand combat, the captain in hand-to-hand combat. Look how proud he is of this. It was so fun. It was so stupid and fun. Could they maybe convert them to a CZ area? They tried that. They talked about that, doing that at one point. Because it was so stupid. We ran down this like entryway where there was like 12 of us. And we ran down sprinting, being shot at, screaming. It was so great. It was off the front ramp of a Herc, yeah. While it was crashing. While the Herc was taking fire and crashing. It's a long story of how it came about, but at one point, some dude just showed up and decided to walk around in a shirt. So we started like in a suit, and we was like, we must defend this person, this random person who's walking around with a drink in his hand in Siege of Orison. So we said, this is the president. We need to protect him as the president. And I'm like, no, let's RP this. He's the senator. And he eventually died and then left. Like, oh, that's bad. And I'm like, fuck it, I'll do this. And so I ran it. And then as time went on, we decided that I wasn't just Senator. I was Senator Armstrong from Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. And I was like, no, let's make him an in-canon character, Senator R. Men Strong. And it's RMN Strong, and MN stands for Maximus Naked. Senator Maximus Naked Strong. R Maximum Senator R Maximum ARE Maximum Naked Strong. That's even better. RMN Strong. RMN Strong. Oh, the pilot didn't survive. Yeah.
Them biddies.
Stay at the luxurious accommodations, tall Empire-class shipyards and bask in a sunset that is truly unforgettable. Whether you're just looking to spend the day, cloud hopping with the Stormwolves, or relaxing by Green Circle's Infinite Spa, with shuttles arriving daily, what are you waiting for? Come visit Orison, the city in the clouds.
Well, it's a character I gotta start playing more often, because the lore that we created behind it was that he is the true son of Stanton, born to a poor couple in Lorville, rose up out of poverty, got enough money to go to school in Microtech, and made his money by fist fighting Boreal stalkers in Microtech, in an underground fighting arena. And then after college, he joined the UEE Navy and personally punched Vandul to death at the Battle of Vega. Got mustered out of the Navy with his citizenship and returned to Crusader to become a public relations, worked in public relations for Crusader. And after he left Crusader, he opened his own business on ArcCorp, which makes the components for weapons of mass destruction, the Picos, and the components that make the elevators of Stanton. Strong Industries. All of the elevators in Stanton are made by Strong Industries. And so his goal is to try to to compromise with the UEE. He's not actually a senator. He's trying to compromise with the UEE, because the UEE currently doesn't allow any of the individual planets of Stanton system to have representation in the Senate. So because usually it's by planet, not by system. So he's trying to compromise with the UEE and trying to get a referendum so that the UEE would recognize a single person as the senator of the Stanton system, which, of course, being the true son of Stanton, he considers himself perfectly viable for. So people call him Senator Armin Strong. It's kind of like his like Colonel Sanders. It's a title that he was given by the people, and he's trying to make it a real thing. Strong Industries, we lift you up. Again, I got to play that character more. Senator Armin Strong, true son of Stanton. Are you doing your part to fight crime with your fists? I will fight for you. Literally, I will punch somebody in the face just for you. There is nothing that Armin Strong will not do for you, his beloved Stathenites. The Strong Industry selling nuke-equipped Redeemer. Thanks, no thanks, I'm good. Individually, we're weak, but together, we're strong. Armin Strong, the once and future senator, true son of Stanton. Damn straight, you're voting for Armstrong. I'm tough on crime. Literally. So the joke is with Siege of Orison is that he shows up to Siege of Orison as a campaign rally, as a publicity event, so that he shows up basically with no armor on, with no armor on, just a suit to literally knock out crime, to get a photo op so that he could sell himself. Armin Strong for Imperator. That's what I'm doing. And if I'm still around and Star Citizen crashed and burned in 2030, Senator Armin Strong will run for Imperator. Exactly. I'm nice, but these fists are tough on crime. Senator Armin Strong personally challenged the leader of the Nine Tails to a duel. Fist to fist, man to man. Coward never thought to him. All right. It is now almost time to call it a night, so let's do our monthly report. They should give you your own personal area on Orison, or better, a museum of the UEE. I mean, I may or may not try to convince the people at Lore, my own organization, to have an entire wing of our museum dedicated to Senator Armin Strong. just take out Addison. One of if the referendum ever passes, when the Senate opens up during the campaign, one of his rivals leaks that Strong's parents were actually Dusters, original squatters. They got evicted from Stanton. Strong admits it and adopts it and ends up boosting his polls. He is the true son of Stanton. Build him a manor when base building is out. Who's the current Imperator? Addison. Leilani Addison, the current Imperator. She was elected in 2950. Manor Strong? No, it's Strong Manor. Obviously. Strong back. I gotta be able to do this voice without hurting my voice, though. It's grating on my voice. The deep secret lore is the reason why the Flysa crashed on Daymar is because they were hunting the Strong family for illegal mining. That's the deep lore is that the Strong family is related to Scooter's peepaw. Related to Scooter and Mima. Your capsule is strong. Oh. Too many levels of deep lore. No, the true deep lore is that he's not a Duster, that he's actually a Hurston. That would be the scandal. He is from Loreville. Like an illegitimate Hurston? Yeah, like an illegitimate Hurston. The Ironclad didn't get an axe for this year, but we'll see this. All right, let's do the recording and we'll talk a little bit. This is, I'm going to embellish the shit out of this. The title of this video is going to be like something to the effect of, 11 new ships are coming. And the title is going to be, Apollo update. Because that shit's going to get fucking infinity clicks. He's Algrid's son. He's the son of old man Al Hurston. The illegitimate son of old man Al Hurston. That would be great. So then he'd be for Citizens for Prosperity. Of course he's for Citizens for Prosperity. Senator Armin Strong is of course pro Citizens for Prosperity. Because he wants to fight crime with his fists. Prepare your wallet, Apollo. Yeah, okay. What's your favorite primary residence, aesthetically, not functionally? Loreville. Then again, it's the closest you can get to Magnus, which is where I want to start when Magnus actually happens. Well, can't vote for him now. The actual honest-to-God truth would probably be that he wouldn't have an opinion on anything that's non-Stanton related, because Stanton, the only thing that's in my heart, Stanton. I love you, Stanton. That's why you. There's no a better system in the UEE. Everything else is just second place. Versus for Invictus, if you want to be mean. Oh God, yes. What about the connected systems that influence Stanton? He probably doesn't like Pyro, but he also probably doesn't like Terra. Maybe in Greybox, but it wasn't. It was entering Greybox a couple of weeks ago. Or a couple months ago, I should say, is what they said. So, but there's no update on this one. People say Terra is the new soul. Well, I say Stanton is the new soul. Soul of the Empire. Soul. You're going to have to create another persona for Terra. I want to see the rebel leader born. Well, there's going to be my main character is probably going to end up being a revolutionary. Before we get started, I will tell you this, the plan that I have at some point in Star Citizen, when Star Citizen reaches 1.0, is I am going to lead a revolution to overthrow the Hurstons. I'm going to gather as many people as I can. We're going to assault the outer gates of Hurston, kill anyone that stands in our way, get on the tram, take it to the center of Hurston, continue killing any guards that Hurston sends out at us, camp all of the monster closets so they can't come out, go all the way to the central business district, and just effectively control the entirety of the city, and see how long it takes for CIG to have to respond to our takeover. The idea being force CIG to put it into lore. Exactly. when we're 5 years older than now, if we're still alive, we'll do that. Yeah. I don't want to be lit into lore. I just want to do something so stupid that we all get written into. This sounds exactly like Jumptown, you know? The lore pyro crab cavalry will lead the charge. The idea being we could lock down all of Loreville. And in theory, if they still use the system that they originally planned to use, there should be a limit to how many guards that those monster closets will spawn before they have to have a hard reset and regen, like reset or entirely get finished. So if we could withstand the fighting, we could eventually conquer all of the landing zone, all of the city, and hold it so that no one and nothing can get done. Have they done anything like that before? Yes. The Jumptown Wars. Jumptown Wars got added into lore. So did Daymar Rally. Mill out the security staff, basically. I'm still torn because every time I say we're going to execute Constantine Hurston, half the people say, no, Constantine Hurston is mine. I'm going to protect him. Guns, lots of guns. Actually, I just woke up. Forgive me if I was aghast, but do you think we'll get the announcement of Squadron 22 during Invictus? We might get some announcement, maybe some update, but nothing crazy. Oh, Operation Doggo. You still got to do Operation Doggo. But I don't think the Copians will actually, you can't capture the Copians and release them anymore because they now despawn. I get Constantine first. He'll be a good wax figure for the museum. I also think that by forcing that, CIG would eventually have to, it would be a good test for CIG's response systems for like the UEE, because it would be really cool to see the UEE try to land reinforcements or try to get close to, because I'm sure they just transport the UEE troops magically through the monster closets, but they would have to get to the ground to do that. And so it would be like air forces controlling the airspace around Loreville, having to take on like Bengal carriers and Idrises and waves of fighters to deal with it. It would be glorious. It would be a glorious shit show. If it's glorious enough that CIG has to pay attention to the chaos we wrought, I think it would be good. Of course, some players would RP as security forces. I expect it. I don't expect it. It's one of those situations where I don't expect it to actually work. I don't expect it to be a long-term solution to the problem, to actually control Loreville. I believe it would be a good solution just fucking around and adding a little bit of flavor, because no one fucking likes the Hurstons. And to say, I was there. I was there when we invaded and took down the Hurstons, even for a brief moment. Have our own, what is it, Battle of Jita? Blockade of Jita? The occupation of Loreville. Let me paint the symbols of the prophet on the Hurston Tower. He said Argo cargoes. Cargoes attacked the Bengal. Yeah, old man Al's retired. He's out in the fields with his Uwu girls, his Evercrack. in support of the United Workers Union. Woo. Thank God he deserves the award. All right, now I'm actually getting to the recording. I'm going to turn everything off to make sure that we don't get interrupted by anything. All right, 3, 2, 1. Hello and welcome to another Office Hours. Taps. That's right. A small section of my Office Hours live stream that I do on Thursdays live at twitch.tv/TheAstroPub, youtube.com/TheAstroPub live, starting at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. Would love to have you come down and join chat here as we talk about Star Citizen lore, news, and more. It's a long live stream, been going on for almost 4 hours. We typically go about 4 hours. But because it goes for 4 hours and a lot of people don't want to watch a full live stream, I do these little segments which are pulled out specifically for YouTube, so I'm focusing more on y'all and hopefully giving you some good content. Without any further ado, let's get to the main attraction for today. I need to fix the audio real quick. There we go. Don't get interrupted. The PU monthly report for March of 2025. We've been doing this for a while, so note that I may reference a couple of things here and there. This is not a summary. This is a full read through. I read from the beginning to the end, and I'll give you some context because sometimes I'll talk about, last month or per the earlier what we've been doing to give you context on what's been said. So, without any further ado, let's get started. All right. PU Monthly Report features progress on the variety of ongoing developments and initiatives, including the recent release of Alpha 4.1, upcoming vehicles, AI work, and mission content. Read on for the latest updates. AI content. For the recent debut of Star Citizen's first alien NPC, Wickalo, by the way, check. There will be a Banu primer on the lore of the Banu on the Astro Historian, which is my other channel that I run on lore. Check that out. It won't be out by the time this video releases, but it should be out for my Patreons by this weekend. So keep an eye out for that, and then everybody else. AI content worked alongside the narrative design and animation, audio, and character art teams to prototype the characters' general and air traffic control behaviors. The team also took a more active role in prepping the incoming audio and animation files from the recent capture sessions. Development continued on new behaviors to support some of the story developments happening in the verse in the coming months. Finally, for AI, they revisited issues in the population behaviors of existing landing zones. AI features. In March, AI features priority was the Vala car, specifically the juvenile variant. As part of the polishing phase, new functionality was added to support upcoming gameplay, including replacing ineffective melee attacks with a submerge and relocate behavior when the player gets close. New burrowing modes were also added that allow the creature to submerge on the spot rather than dive into a new position. New firing modes were added to give better control over fire rate and damage per shot, depending on whether the target is on the ground or the air. Bespoke firing animations were also added when firing at angles. I've noticed that the AI does actually shoot at vehicles if you get too close with it. So it'll actually shoot at the vehicle. The team also iterated on Copian, integrating new chase technology for more effective attacks, including. For human combat, iteration continued on the first reaction flow escalation, specifically focusing on the animation setup for usables so that it works well if the AI is sitting in a chair, leaning on a railing, or crouching to inspect a maintenance panel. The team also progressed with reaction animations for when the AI detects compromised cover. This allows NPCs to appear more responsive to the actions of the player and react appropriately to new threats. That's, I think, specifically for Maelstrom, so when your cover gets blown away, they'll move. Similarly, the team is refactoring response to combat tactic events, such as needing to reload. This is now done within the tactic behavior itself rather than at a high level, which allows for customization depending on the current situation, leading to better and more responsive behavior. AI Game Intelligence Development Team. In March, the Game Intelligence Development had two main focuses: the full implementation of views and organization, and analysis for Mission System 2.0. Ooh, okay. For views, feature-related tasks are now functional in StarScript. including representation in the script graph. The team also included the new input and output visuals, which makes them more distinctive, while information on the task number was added. An update was also made to the master graph to integrate views into various functional states. This is still a work in progress, with internal testing beginning soon. Mission system. Devs continued to explore ways to build a system that will be more efficient and simpler for the game designer to use. For those of you who don't know, one of the big objectives of this sort of hardening phase of development that CIG has decided to do at the beginning of this year is to fix a lot of older systems that need to be updated. One of the big ones, which is the current major focus after transportation system has sort of been fixed, is the mission system. And so this new mission system is supposed to be the final mission system for the game, which the current system is sort of halfway in between what they want it to be. So they have to completely overhaul the mission logic and do other things. So the idea that they're doing, they're exploring how to do AI to make the AI more functional, or make it easier just to plop in an AI and mission designer could use it rather than having to bespokely create one, is neat. A good indication, though, that they're working on mission systems. Probably not going to be finished anytime soon if they're just still coming up with concepts, but typically CIG tends to rotate every 6 to 9 months. So if they're coming up with concepts in March, they're probably working between April and the end of the year. So we might see Mission System 2.0 before the end of the year. AI tech. Last month, AI tech continued to work on features that will improve over. First that we actually may see it sooner. It's just we may not see customizable AI until they get that part done. Last month, AI continued to work on features that will improve overall detail and quality, including finalizing the work for the spatial priority solver and priority beacon system. They also integrated these features into navigation, pathfinder, and tactical point systems to help better prioritize and solve for requests sent by NPCs close to players. Regarding tools, work was completed on StarScript views to allow designers to group behavior functions like callback logic. Following this, work began on visualization improvements of the subsumption master graph. Additional adjustments were made to AI ship logic to enable it to work correctly with the new flight modes. The team is currently working on NPC cover generation, optimizing spaces where cover will be generated, allowing it to be marked with various flags for better context during combat scenarios. For the navigation system, the devs fixed various bugs, including issues with the tile triangulation generation, cases, and object container export case related navigation data. They're currently progressing with improvements to 3D navigation for spaceships and NPCs in EVA. There's been multiple references to EVA NPCs, which we haven't really seen in the verse, so my guess is they're working on mostly squadron NPCs, but they may be still finally adding NPCs EVAing in Star Citizen. We'll see. Animation. The animation team continued developing various sizes of Valakar alongside making updates to the Copian. They also added AI background animations and added disabled animations, the Argo ATLS. New AI facial animation content was completed too, including for the Banu mission giver Riccolo. Art characters. In March, the character AI art team continued to work on new creatures for the PU alongside Starware Art Debt. Starware Art Debt is just basically making sure that the older systems work system Starware. So old gear and stuff like that to allow you to wear like coats over your jackets and those sorts of things. They also kicked off new heavy armor and continued creating various rewards. The concept art team also explored ideas for new in-game rewards and armor. Art ships. In March, the UK-based vehicle content team completed the Drake Golem mining ship, the Argo Atlas Geo mining power suit. MISC Starlancer TAC moved into final development phase, while the Consolidated Outland Pioneer progressed through Whitebox, benefiting from the additional concept work shown during the recent episode of Star Citizen Live. I'm going to go on a limb here and say that it's likely that we're going to see the TAC at Invictus. I usually say that, ILW, Invictus Launch Week. That's going to happen in May. That's likely one of the ships that's releasing in Invictus. Typically for the events, they have 3 ships, sometimes more, but at least 3 ships are released during any of the major events. And as been pointed out to me earlier, every month has had a single ship release, minimum of a single ship release since August. So even up to March has had one. January, February, and March have all had a release. We're likely going to have one for April as well. And we're likely going to have one. So obviously 3 for May. Invictus is May. And you're going to see this a lot here. There's like 11 concept ships, or 11 ships, not concept, 11 ships in total between concept, or straight to flyable, and new ships that are being released. Old ships that are being released. I don't know if that worked or not. An unannounced vehicle successfully passed gray box review and moved onto the Laud 0 phase. The Laud 0 is the phase between gray box and final art, so it's in the last phase before final art. 2 other vehicles received bug fixing pass and final content work ahead of their release. So there's two more vehicle ships that are going to come in. Probably one, at least of that, is for release in April, and then another one's going to be released for May. Would be my guess. And another new ship is currently being prepared for its gray box gate review. So, one ship for at least one ship for this month, possibly a vehicle, more likely a ship for Invictus and the TAC, the Starlancer TAC as well. And another new ship is currently being prepared for its gray box gate review. The North American-based team progressed with 2 upcoming RSI ships. The first, the Apollo, that's likely going to be the thumbnail right there because everyone loves the Apollo, successfully passed its white box review phase, a gate, and moved into gray box with support from the concept team on the medical room design. Some aspects progressed significantly due to the utilization of extensive RSI kit created for the Zeus and Polaris. The second, the RSI Perseus, passed its white box review at the start of March. Like the Apollo, some areas progressed visually thanks to the RSI kit. So I think it's comfortable to say the RSI Perseus is not going to be released for Invictus. We may see the exterior at Invictus, but almost certainly will not see the ship at Invictus. The size of the ship is slightly smaller than the Hammerhead, so it's a pretty big ship, similar in size to something like the Starlancer. Possibly even smaller than the Starlancer. And that can take some time. So if it's just now exiting white box and entering gray box, it still needs to go to Laud 0, final art, and then release. So it may be in Laud 0 by May, but I doubt it. It'd probably still be in gray box. So based off that current trajectory, I would say maybe at the end of the year. There is no mention of the Ironclad in this. I'm going to spoil that right now. So almost certainly we're not getting the Ironclad at Invictus, because they would have probably said something in this case. But we're probably going to get both the Perseus and the Ironclad towards the end of this year. Ironclad has got IAE all over it. Perseus has, Citizen Con written all over it as well. So we'll see. Though I'm a little sad because I'd hope that the RSI Perseus might get released at Invictus because it's the perfect ship to release at Invictus, but TAC is good too. Work continued on 3 unannounced vehicles too. A variant of a popular ship passed gray box review. Another variant is approaching gray box review, while an all-new model entered production and in preparation for its white box review in early April. So that is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's 10 total ships being announced here. Plus, we know that the Ironclad is also being worked on, so at least 11, possibly more. Plus, there's just references of like a variant of a popular ship. So that wasn't in the like silhouettes. So interesting to see that. Community. The community team kicked off March with the support for Stella Fortuna, launching the bar crawl screenshot and publishing a catch-all post highlighting the exciting activities of players. For Alpha 4.1, the team published a detailed catch-all post QAs for the Drake Golem and the Argo Atlas Geo, and patch watch highlighting upcoming features, improvements, and fixes not included in the roadmap. The team spent time with our developer and MTL to help detail our upcoming referral revamp, which aims to include better rewards more frequently. The team also continued mapping out event-related plans for the year, including support for Bar Citizen World Tour and upcoming International Bar Citizen Weekend. Evergreen tasks continued throughout the month, including regular publications like the weekly This Week in Star Citizen, bi-weekly roadmap updates, and the monthly refresh of the schedule. The team maintained their commitment to capturing player feedback, directly channeling community insights to development teams. Additionally, the community team supported and celebrated the 10th anniversary of the Crux Cup, organized by NZ Racing. We're currently preparing for the upcoming community meetups throughout the 2025 Bar Citizen World Tour. Lastly, they launched Squadron 42 Newsletter's Vandal Interpreter Contest, offering another opportunity for the community to deep dive into Squadron 42, with participants competing for the chance to win rare Vandal Scythe. All right, core gameplay. Core gameplay is always super long, so a lot of stuff here. For the Argo ATLS Geo, the core gameplay team completed the suit's mining and thruster functionality, added a health bar and damage states, and supported additional improvements to the base ATLS. They also improved the first version of the weapon overheat mechanic to the Volt Parallax Energy Rifle, which enables the player to engage the secondary fire mode at the risk of overheating. More weapons will gain overheat mechanics in the future. Progress was made on engineering gameplay throughout March, with core gameplay supporting various teams with resource network issues and bugs. They also added auto-throttling, which reverts to a lower powered-off state if an item doesn't have power during an update. Some engineering updates. Changes were made to vehicle coolant. Now, effectiveness is based on the item's physical properties, with a specific amount of coolant counteracting heating caused by equal amount of power. Coolant consumption uses deltas with dynamic override. The maximum coolant request is based on the maximum power consumption multiplied by the resource network parameter. The team also made progress towards implementing heat gameplay for ship thrusters. This involved adding filters to engineering UI to allow players to only see items of particular category. For example, all weapons or all items with malfunctions. Selection improvements were also made to the UI. Now left click will cycle through two closest items, useful for doors covering components, and right-click will show all overlapping items selection. Work also completed towards item recovery Tier 0, with various items being added to blacklists alongside fixes for related respawn flow issues. Progress was made on FPS radar and scanning. Now item components can be detected within vehicles while players inside, excluded when outside. Features debug tools were improved too. The ongoing transit system rework, known as the transport system, progressed throughout March, with the team adding a setup validation, and debugging for non-physicalized carriages to better detect setup issues. The ability to connect carriage zones by transport network, mini-map routing, was added, as were destination categories and priorities along the means of display destinations for carriage panels. A reward mechanic for collection missions was implemented, which is used for the collector missions, which is the Wicklow missions, while the ability to automatically retrieve items from freight or ship elevators via HUD notifications was added. For the mission system, the team fixed a bug preventing introductory contracts not counting towards difficulty progression. Sharing prerequisites was also implemented. This allows players to invite others to accept contracts they would otherwise be ineligible for by providing they meet a specific requirement, such as locality or reputation. Time was also spent fixing bugs and improving robustness of the new player experience, alongside solving issues caused by various missions being disabled. Comms notifications progressed too, including a one-way comms call from mission givers to the players, and comms notifications being triggered by changing mission states, such as completed or failed. Mission designers can now trigger comms notifications from mission logic. They also began implementing 3D building blocks to display more interesting scenes, as the previous method was no longer supported by server meshing. Finally, for core gameplay, improvements were made to commodity kiosks for better flow transactions. while fixes were made for bugs relating to hangars, freight elevators, and ship deliveries. The big thing here is engineering got a lot of work done. There's a ton of engineering in here, including overheat, more granular notions with things like the engineering panels, overheating for thrusters and thrusters turning off and on based off of wear and tear and power, which good. Malfunctions to weapons or different items, and being able to sort through with different UI categories. So a lot of engineering stuff being done, proving that CIG is still working on features, even if they're not, may not end up coming out this year. They're definitely still working on them. And hopefully we'll see them in something like a preview build, like an EPTU before soon, but I'm not going to get my hopes up quite yet. Economy. The economy team provided balancing support for supply or die. Whew, that was bad. With devs deeming it overtuned on release, meaning you could easily make a lot of money on it. Economy worked with the mission design to address the issues quickly as possible without imposing hard limits. Going forward, both teams will collaborate more closely to establish a stable and holistic approach to balancing open-end missions with multiple solutions. Hey, at least CIG is learning. All right, I'm gonna give some CIG some slack and when these mission stuff, if long as they are learning mistakes and fixing the problems with the missions are not a problem as long as they learn the lesson and improve next time. And so far, it's been getting better slightly every time. So slow but steady. Hopefully, by the end of this year, we're not sitting in a fight for pyro situation again. Graphics, VFX programming, and Planet Tech. Last month, the graphics team overhauled GPU memory management. This allowed them to add new options, a visualization of GPU memory required for each, and auto-detection for suitable resolution, upscaling, and graphics. Gas clouds received a major visual upgrade thanks to the same density, shaping, and shading technology used by planetary clouds. Global illumination was upgraded too, with improvements to the image stability and accuracy of both diffuse and specular reflections. Planetech V5 continued to make good progress, with the team finalizing the distribution and shading of much denser rock formations, with more physically plausible placement. Virtual terrain system is also closer to completion, with runtime compression being next. The VFX programming team polished several features, such as fire, networking bandwidth, damage maps, and creatures. Vulkan stability was also improved after discussions with NVIDIA led to diagnosis of the two potential issues, one in the driver and one in game. Workarounds to both were being added for the latest PT patch. Mission design. March saw mission design continuing to fix up various older missions that were deprioritized in the refactor. Alpha 4.1 was unveiled to the community on the PTU, introducing a new sandbox activity that players can engage with items. There's a big push for increased production value on missions, with a lot of departments helping out to ensure the experience is the best we can. Mission design team. The team also worked on the Rayari and Wicklow, two new mission givers who require items found during missions. Problem. Narrative. Aligning with the increased release schedule cadence, Alpha 4.1 was a major focus for the narrative team in March. For the new Hathor orbital mining facilities, this included adding discoverable data pads around the site, polishing numerous missions that utilize the new locations, and working with art to improve directional signage. The patch release also brings a major milestone for Star Citizen's first alien NPC, the Banu trader Wicklow. They had a lot of fun creating the character and making the Emporium a place where players would enjoy exploring. Narrative team. Narrative also ran a capture session that focused on adding dialogue to several upcoming missions, as well as introducing two new faction representatives who players will work with during specific contracts. Thank you. God, thank you. Whew. Additionally, the team helped to refactor some old missions with updated contracts. There's also ongoing work with design to refine some of the locations coming this year to ensure they provide a rich narrative experience. Right. Online technology. In March, the Live Tools team focused on improving the usability of the main support tool, X. The online services team worked on the first pass of the services ecosystem to support upcoming development by the gameplay teams. Various social improvements were made, including optimizations to kicking members from groups, the create group flow, and rollback strategy for the add members flow. They also added metrics to identify the origins of the ScyllaDB queries. Reset request log options and configurations to specify the maximum number of requests. For analytics, configurations were added for HTTP clients to enable Kafka connections. For missions, entities were removed from the shard tag, while the mission system was updated too. It sounds like we're getting new updates to the mission system. Maybe not the mission system 2.0 fully, but it's there. R&D. In March, gas cloud detail rendering was improved using techniques used by planetary volume clouds. Now the artists can refine the density provided by the original gas cloud volume base, B, via procedural noise using runtime shaping and erosion calculations. Moreover, edge albedo can be controlled to further emphasize the cloud's volumetric structure. Additionally, a configurable gradient was added to control the blend between the original and shaped density. This allows for the team to keep the density of the original BDB data in thin areas of clouds while adding more detail to denser areas. For dynamic weather, the rain volume calculation was improved to ease content authoring. Vertical distribution along the local height of lighting events was also refined. Furthermore, the volumetric rendering of lighting was enhanced by providing more flexibility in controlling the lighting and gradient. Tech design. Tech design spent March working on an upcoming in-game event, supporting mission design with gameplay, entity, and logic flow setup. Effects. VFX progressed with their tasks for the Valakar. They also supported the locations team with effects for Alpha 4.1's new mission locations, including the orbital laser platform, borehole cave, and satellite dish. Cool. So, let's do a quick summary. Lots of stuff for the Line and Mine mission with the Hathor stations and the Valakar. Some new stuff on volumetric clouds, which is something they've been doing for a while. Kind of trying to improve it because they do want to. I think even with 4.1, you can't turn off the clouds anymore. It's now locked. You have to have the clouds on, so they're trying to quality of them. My hair's new updates to the mission system, new updates to narrative with lots of pushes for the current event, which is not quite in game yet, the Regen Crisis, as well as the Line and Mine mission and Wicklow, the addition of Wicklow, the first Banu, the first alien in the game, which is good. And all of the missions and the rewards that the Banu give. Let's see, the economy had to eat some crow and go back and fix some problems. And the core gameplay, ATLS and the ATLS improvements, lots of engineering stuff, some scanning stuff, and the new transit system. Just all good stuff to see. 10 new ships in production in some way, shape, or form, with at least 3 coming in the next 2 months, with obviously a ship a month is our goal, it seems to be at least. And AI tech, including support for the new missions, as well as better AI stuff for the Valakar, for other features, for NPCs in general. So a lot of sort of some fixes, but of course new features as well. And of course, the big one, the Apollo and the Perseus are now into gray box, which means they're only 2 steps away from release. Still some time, but soon. Probably not Invictus, but soon. As always, I want to hear, or first off, before you do that, as always, if you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button, subscribe for more content, and hit the bell icon to be notified when we release. Join us live at twitch.tv/TheAstroPub, youtube.com/TheAstroPub live on Thursdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. To join chat here live, they're going to lie to you and tell you this is pre-recorded, which technically is true because you're watching this after the fact, but with them, it is live, so don't believe them. And yeah, like I always say, I want to hear your thoughts down below. Does this fill you with hope? When do you think the Perseus is coming out in the Apollo? Do you still believe it's coming out for Invictus? What are your thoughts on the new Line and Mine missions? All of those, let me know down in the comments and below. And as I always say, thank you for watching. See you someday in the black. Hello? Hello, hello, hello. Okay, yeah, so something's wrong with me. Hello, hello? Yeah. Something's up. I'm gonna have to restart my XLR. It seems weird. Sorry, I hit the mute on my Go XLR and it wasn't activating. Yeah, I'm looking at my my meter and everything. What do you think? What are the variants as 1,000% a cutter with a size 10 railgun duct tape to it? Yes. Hey, Moot. Even though Wicklow is just a torso behind a desk, that's a huge deal. Because he's not just a torso, he's a head and a torso behind a desk. Which means his head is moving his animations, his chest is moving in animations. The head animations is a pretty big deal. I mean, it's not the full rig, but it's pretty good for how much time they had with it. Them going from a head and body to full motion is, I don't think that far away, if they want to prioritize it. I mean, the legs is going to be an issue because it's a different skeleton that they'd have to rig, but the legs and the arm skeleton probably isn't as much of an issue as the facial animation. What was the last stage with the Ironclad? It was entering gray box in February. So it's still, once it reaches LOD 0, we'll know. They'll tell us that. Ooh. We don't want just the head. We want the full Monty. You don't want head? Aston? I'm not twisting my word here. Oh, I see. It's okay when chat twists my words, but not when I go back to you, chat. I am excited for Quantum Vegas. You'll see me there. Hopefully I'll see a lot of you there. Maybe they took a break on the Ironclad to finish some of these others for Invictus. No, I don't think so. I think they just didn't update it because they probably didn't get a bunch of work done. It's a big deal when a ship moves out of concept into white box, and out of white box into gray box, and out of gray box into LOD 0. But if it's just trucking along through gray box, there's not much to say about. Yeah, you can find him in game. There's a place you can find him. You can like glitch into it. He's just a head and torso. We painted 3 more surfaces of the ship? What do you mean, Scappy? They found him and immediately killed him. He actually had death animations? Score, I just spawned into a room where someone dumped an inmate suit. I don't know. I don't know if they killed him or not. I don't even know if you can kill him. Over the detail of the progress chart. feel like the fact that CIG has gone out of their way to mention the Pioneer in every shipped up update shows us artwork means that they're pushing hard on it. Oh yeah. The reason why they're talking a lot about the Pioneer is because it's a big deal. It's like the Polaris. Polaris was a huge deal for players and for CIG. Every time they had an update for the Polaris, they would talk. Same with the Pioneer. Because the Pioneer is not just a representation of a big ship. It's a representation of an entire gameplay loop that they want to. And which I think is very exciting. Well, I think that we'll see base building at the end of the year. I don't think it'll be in the game, but I think it'll be in testing. My fear is that CIG doesn't utilize the EPTU properly this summer and doesn't actually push anything that's EPTU until like they reach the big times of the year, you know, September, October. They're like, oh, well, we want to get all this stuff out, so we're going to push it out into EPTU so we can technically say that we put it in the game. The CIG just has no concept of fucking a momentum. Momentum isn't a thing that they understand. Whew. Oh yeah, same time period. I've been up for 30 hours, man. Get some sleep, buddy. I'm gonna have some sleep. Pioneer is the one that gets mining and crafting and base building, right? Yeah, all of them at once. I don't know if it'll get tiered by the end of the year, but it would be amazing if it did. Diddley, I'm with you. I don't know why we would have a CitizenCon at all. Like the 4.0 early access, yes, something like that. One thing real quickly. There's absolutely no way that's true. Okay, yeah. No way. What? All right, chat. I need your help on this one. I found a 9070 XT. Okay. It's the best deal I have seen thus far with XTs. And with everything that's going on with tariffs, I know I need to purchase it now rather than later. Because if I purchase it now, I'll have it at a price that isn't going to be jacked up to hell and back. I have the credit for it. I'll just need to pay it off over time. It's not a great deal. I'll put it that way. It's not an amazing deal. It's just the best deal I have seen. It's a 9070 XT for $849, about $850. Shipping is free because it's through Amazon. I know that's the risk. That is Amazon. I don't live next to a Micro Center. You can look it up. Basically $100 more, $150 more. I don't think you'll find it better in the next year or two. What's the brand? So the brand is XFX Swift. It's XFS Swift. Radeon RX 9070 XT Triple Fan Gaming Edition with 16 gigabytes GDR6 HDMI 3 times DP AMD RDNA 4X. XFX is a good brand. I would. You have third-party protection with Amazon offers. I'd just go for it. Okay. It's available. It says it's not available. So it lied. Oh, wait. Nope, it's not available. Too good to be true. You're never gonna get it. I'm not gonna get a freaking card from them. I'm still gonna have to bite the bullet, I think, and pay way over MSRP because there's no way I'm gonna get it cheaper than say something like $1,029. Like just straight up. because the tariffs that are coming into place, and they're just going to jack the prices up even if the tariffs go back down. Yeah, MSRP is also about to go up too, but I mean, like, it's not going to be 600. So I'm basically paying 400 over MSRP. At that point, you might just have to buy pre-built. The thing is it's still more expensive to buy a pre-built than it is to buy it individually. And I already have all of the material. Like, I literally, here, I'll show y'all. Yes, I do. Northern Trooper, I have a 2070 Super. There's no point in getting a last gen because none of those are available either. That's last gen. What I'm trying to say is that there's no way I'm going to get you're not going to get a graphics card in the United States or anywhere in the world in the next 3 years for cheaper than $1,000. 3050 doesn't give me 16 gigabytes of RAM. This isn't sort of like this isn't a vanity update. This is literally just I have to. Like, I'm at the point where if I don't update just for the business, I'm gonna have problems. Yeah, but the 7970 XT is or 7900 XT is not as up to date with a lot of the new features that AMD is dropping. How do you have an extra 4070 Ti? Let me see. Yeah, Ti is just 12 gigabytes as well. I need the 16 gigabytes. And everywhere I'm looking, those are the same prices, basically. They're more expensive, actually, than the 9070. Yeah, and the cheapest you can get with what I'm looking at 79 XT is $800. I can get a Sapphire for 600. Yeah, Ti Super is like 1,500. FSR is the only selling point, not really to the 900 series. That's because they stopped making the 4090s entirely. AI, Cyberwolf. We're fucked because of AI. Because no company cares about gaming anymore. They care about AI. And then you add on top of that the tariffs that are being levied right now, everyone is panicking. To be fair, GPU companies never really cared about gaming, but AI made it worse. Yeah. It's not gonna be that bad, Kusanagi, but it's gonna be pretty bad. You're just gonna have to learn how to live with half the food you currently eat. So, I think I'm gonna have to pull the trigger. I hate doing this early, but I hate getting on a credit card was not a good idea. But I can always pay off piece by piece with stuff I get from Twitch and from YouTube. So I can get an XFX for let's see. For $1,000, $1,030. I don't know. I know it's tempting, but honestly, hold off the XT. There's no Mootkins. Let me put it this way: there is absolutely no way you're going to get something cheaper in the next year, 2 years, and I need a new system in the next 2 years. So buying a scalper prices versus buying tariff prices is going to be the same thing. It's a business expense. I can help pay it off with the stream stuff, so it's not the end of the world. But my current system runs okay, not fine. It struggles currently. It is a 2070 Super, basically a 1080 Ti. Is what it is. My TI Super is basically brand new, have the box and everything. Bought it, I think, 800 on Newegg. It totally sells you if you had a PO box. As D-Put, as much as I love that, I have no idea who you are. 9070, not 9070 XT. The 9070 XT is what you need, not the 70. Wait, what you did? What are you doing, Cyberwolf? Not the 98. Okay, yeah. On where did you find this? At Micro Center? It's not available. They're all out of stock. If you click through it, you can find it. It says all out of stock in their stores. You can't buy it for, there's no shipping available. Ooh, wait. 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 Chat, I may have to cancel the stream tomorrow. This is Shopping Simulator. I wanted to do this before I go to bed. There is an XFX AMD. Oh, it's 9070. Damn it. I thought it was an XT 9070. They have 3 in stock. Yeah, you can call them. It's buy in store. You just have to call them and tell them that you want it, and they'll hold it for you. Just give Dodge the keys and we're good. Yeah. That sucks. One more set. I'm gonna do one more search, and then I'll see if I have to pull the trigger. I might actually do this. I just have to return my motherboard. That wouldn't be bad. It's a combo at Newegg. It's not a bad deal. The combo is a B850 gaming Wi-Fi. Gigabyte, which I already like. Be careful with Newegg. Do they not have return prices? This is one of those combo deals. PC Part Picker says it works. This is getting an XT at $730. All right, I'm gonna do one thing before I do anything crazy. I'm gonna double check. Everything seems to work out. PC Part Picker seems to work. It just says that the 850 might need a BIOS update. I have PC Part Picker. I put all the parts in that it says it has. Because like the full thing with shipping is going to be $1,000. Which motherboard? Gigabyte 850 Gaming Wi-Fi 6 AMD. AM5 LGA 1718 motherboard. That's some piracy shipping. $12.99. It's $909 plus shipping plus tax because Texas. $80 in taxes. I like Gigabyte. Gigabyte is a. I mean, that's what I use right now. I've got an 8070 Gigabyte. What I have. This is going a lot longer than I anticipated just because of this last little part, because I wanted to, while you are here, chat, who know more than I do, this seems like a decent idea because this is getting effectively not the cheap MSRP card, but getting a decent MSRP card with a board I was already okay with. It was actually one I was looking at beforehand and decided, yeah, well, I've got a Ryzen 7 9800 X3D, so I want to make sure it's not too bad. But when I was talking with 10pound42, he was like, yeah, getting a cheap 850 board is fine. The 850 is fine. You see that too? It's a pretty good deal. Okay. All right. I think I'm going to pull the trigger here, chat. I'm going to return the card. Yeah, shipping is only $12.99 here. It's just the it's the tax. So yeah. Try to say one brand. Well, that's why I got Gigabyte. I like Gigabyte. Been using them for a while. No problem with them. All right, chat. I think I'm going to end it there. I'm going to pull that trigger, and hopefully by next week I will have a completely new rig that I can build and set up, and you can watch me do stupid shit with, so we can have good times. I may actually be able to play Star Citizen well. Thank you for watching. Thank you for hanging out. And like I say every time, hope to see you someday